Officer, the directors of the sectors of council who are sitting directly behind me, Una, who's our Director of Democracy. She's my left-hand woman today. Hilda's my right-hand lady today. And this guy in the middle, well, he does everything. Also, I'd like to welcome members of the public and staff who are here today, and particular members of the Lakes and the Rural Community Boards who are at the O&M meeting. You'll notice that the two members of the Te Arawa Standing Committee are not present because they're at the moment going through their elections. That's where Te Arawa members, like those only in the Lakes area and those only in the rural area, get to choose the people to represent them. They're going through that process at the moment. So the four members that sit on the O&M and SPNF have made a joint decision not to attend the meetings because there could be some bias implied with the electors. So we respect that. You are well aware that the meeting is live streamed, and I see at the last round of O&M seems a bit more popular than your meeting, Councillor O'Carroll. Take 387 people viewed our meeting, so we must be doing something right. Just before, mobile phones, if you could turn those off and have them off the desk, we will, and I have stuck to this religiously, and Una always gives me a dig, at 11 o'clock we will stop. If you've got any messages you want to catch up with, that's when you should do it. But just before we call for apologies, I wish to announce my retirement after 33 years service to the people of Rotorua. It's my time to go out on top, and I'll have more to say about this in my farewell on the 22nd of August 2018. I'm going to try and not cry, but everything that Rob Keithley, and welcome Rob Keithley and I have been working on over the last 3 years in the sport and recreation area is covered in the LTP and this year's annual plan. And in discussions with the Worship the Mayor, I pointed this out to her and I listed them all. And I just want, and Rob's agreed, that when the escape park is open, I'd love to be there. So let's move on to apologies. We have apologies from Councillor Bentley, Mr. Waru and Mr. Potawa Hussaini Tuli. We also have an apology from Councillor Tapswell, who's on council business. Yeah, if we could put that in there, yeah, because I think that's important that members of the public realise that people are on council business. With Mr. Martin? And we'll just get this done. What's the issue with Mr. Martin? Has he advised? He hasn't advised his apology. Okay. Yes, Your Worship.
I don't think you're going to get away with it quite that easily, actually. He thought he'd slip it in. I wasn't sure where it was going to come up, but we'll have an opportunity, I think, at the full council meeting.
On the 22nd,
yes, to actually say our words to you then, but all of us around the table and the community too are going to understand your decision. And I have to say, you have been the most amazing Minister of Sports and Recreation to have walking beside us, and have done so much about the little things that make a huge difference in people's and communities and neighbourhoods' lives, as well as the big stuff, Charles. But you're going to have time for us now to compile a few words to say. This is two councillors. So this is, yes, this is signalling change, and I congratulate you personally. Health matters more, and wellness, and your family, and we wish you well. But there's more on that later.
Thank you for your kind words, Your Worship. One thing that I've always held close to my heart is honesty and loyalty, and we'll talk about that on the 22nd of the 8th. Councillor Donaldson, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the tissues come out, I'll move the apologies be accepted.
Thank you. It's been moved, Councillor Donaldson, seconded Councillor Hunt, that the apologies from Councillor Bentley, Councillor Tapswell, who's on council business, Mr. Waru and Mr. Hussaini Tuli be accepted. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. I now ask for any declarations of interest. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an interest in the presentation from Mountain Bike Events Limited.
I appreciate your declaration there, Councillor Donaldson. And when that presentation does occur, we'll ask you to join your guests, the three of them up at the top table there, to make the presentation when appropriate. Thank you very much. Are there any items of urgent business not on the agenda? This is your opportunity, because we're not going to have another O&M meeting till probably November. Are there any items that anyone wants to raise? That surprises me. Okay, thank you. Right, the confirmation of the minutes on page 7 that the minutes of the Operation and Monitoring Committee meeting held on the 4th of July be confirmed as a true and correct record. Councillor Gould, seconded Councillor Kent. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Are there any matters arising from those minutes that members wish to raise? There appears to be none. Thank you very much. So we'll now move to our first presentation. I'd like to welcome to the table Te Ariki Tibble, Takmotu, Tumutu, and of course our own Deputy Mayor, Councillor Donaldson, who will give us an update on the Mountain Bike Holdings Limited's 2019 presentation of Crankworks, which, whilst you gentlemen are getting your chairs ready, was a raging success. The weather, you were so lucky, the weather was very kind to you all. And I'll hand it over now to Councillor Donaldson, who will make the introductions and take us through your presentation. Thank you very much, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's my privilege to be a director and chair of the board of Mountain Bike Events Limited, and with me from my right is Tumutu, who's also a director, Takmotu, who's a shareholder, and Araki Tibble, who is our event director. And this is a report back on the 2019 Crankworks event, which incorporated a round of the Enduro World Series, and I'll pass over to Araki to take us through it.
Thanks. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Councillor Sturt, just an acknowledgement to you for your years of service, and it's a privilege to be presenting here on your last O&M. And I think probably quite fitting as well, because Crankworks kicked off back in 2015, and one of the things I wanted to do today was take a little trip down memory lane and show some comparisons between 2015 and 2019. I'm not sure how to drive this, and I'm not sure whether the video is going to play or whether we're going straight into the presentation, but we'll go video can go at the end, actually, if that's okay. Thank you. So a little trip down memory lane. What tends to happen after each event is that we have this kind of big decompression, and then the last thing we really want to think about is running the event again the following year. But what always helps is looking back to see how we've been tracking, see if the promises we've made have been fulfilled. And so I thought I'd share a few stats with you from the last few years. So one thing for sure this year is the growth was massive. And if we look back, the growth has been pretty impressive. So back in 2015, we had 24,000 visitations to the site over the course of the event. That's gone up to 46,000 in 2019. Our international viewership audience has gone from 1.8 million in 2015 up to 15.2 million in 2019. A lot of events, they use a figure which is potential household reach. If we go potential household reach, that number jumps up to over 88 million. But we like to use numbers that we can actually count on, and so we use our international viewership audience figures instead. So that's the actual people who have viewed the event worldwide. So the growth has been massive. The number of broadcast partners that we have internationally have gone from 4 to 64. The number of exhibitors that we have on site have gone from 35 in 2015 up to 54 in 2019. And the number of volunteers, I kind of think of the volunteers as our canary in the coal mine, for want of a different phrase, but if I see those numbers start to dwindle, or if we find that our call to action doesn't get answered by our community, we'll know it by looking at the volunteer numbers. We set a target this year of 400 volunteers, and our extremely enthusiastic volunteer managers ended up subscribing over 490 volunteers for 2019. So There's no shortage of people who want to get involved in the event. Over 75% of the people who attend the event as volunteers are from our local community. And that number will go down next year because I'm going to bring that cap down again, but it will be for those reasons rather than because we're struggling to get people involved. The opposite is the truth. This is a screenshot of our sponsors from 2015. When compared to 2019, the growth has been huge. And in the past, I've pointed out the types of sponsors that we have around the table. We're not really relying on the core mountain bike industry like we thought we might back in 2015. Instead, we've got partners around the table like Gull, Fuel. We have Bosch, who are historically known for washing machines and dishwashers and others. We've got our local professionals, Rotorua Real Estate, Toiwo Mai have jumped on board as well. Even companies like GoPro are not kind of core mountain biking, but they have a much broader reach, and the same goes for the likes of Canon as well, BDO Accounting. So the types of people who are getting involved in supporting the event are extremely diverse, which is extremely healthy. So this is actually a breakdown of our revenue streams in 2017. So it sort of shows you that at the time we were kind of relying on about 50% public investment to get the event going. And we had this kind of figure in mind that we wanted to work towards an ideal which would see approximately 33% of the event supported through public investment, the other 33% commercial revenue, and the other 33% through ticketing and in-kind support. So that was kind of the ideal ratio, and the reason for that is that events of major international events just simply cannot exist in our country without significant public investment. You only have to look at the America's Cup or the Rugby World Cup or the Cricket World Cup and see how much was sunk into those events to see what I'm talking about here. So we were relying on quite a heavy amount of public investment back in 2017, and for the purposes of this, you'll have to combine the green slide on the left, the green segment with the purple segment, which represents ticketing revenue in green, and purple is the in-kind, but they equate to the ticketing in-kind on that ideal scenario. But if I go to 2019, you'll see that we have grown commercial investment above 33% threshold we're aiming for. Public investment is down to 33%, and then ticketing in kind is making up the rest of that portion as well. So we have pretty much moved exactly to where we had hoped, which is around that ideal scenario. And once again, I just have to re-emphasize the fact that events like this can't exist without public investment. And to put it in perspective, if we didn't have public investment supporting this event, there'd be nobody working on the event right now. We simply couldn't sustain the personnel and the work that has to take place year-round. We'd basically be down to zero, and then we'd have to ramp up leading into the event, and the level of deliverables and outcomes just wouldn't be possible. So it is really important. And another thing I wanted to point out with all those sponsors that have come on board is that we had a 40% increase in commercial revenue last year alone. So we are tracking in the right direction. So I'm pretty relieved actually to declare that 2019 was the best event that we've done yet, across a bunch of metrics, across all of the different outcomes that we wanted to achieve. But one thing that was extremely helpful for us last year was the investment from council, the $150,000 of cash that was contributed towards the event, and I feel a responsibility to report back to council about how that money delivered. So there are four segments that this event has always been about. It's been about maximising community benefits. It's been about changing the perception of people as to how they look at Rotorua, our hometown. When I first came on board, there was a public perception domestically that Rotorua was an important place, but it wasn't a place that you needed to come to, many times. It's a place you needed to go to once in your life, and then that was pretty much it. We knew that mountain biking was the sleeping giant industry behind us, and so we felt that this event was a way in which we could shape people's perceptions and change the way they think about our location and our home. The third pillar around that is destination marketing. This event really is just a beacon that we hold up to the world to try and draw people's attention to focus on Rotorua. And then, of course, economic benefit, bringing business into town, bringing opportunities for money from outside of our economy to be brought into town and spent here. So if we have a look at each of those segments, I'll just do a quick snapshot. So far, economic benefit, money coming into our economy during event time, and this doesn't count people coming to the event outside of the event who might have watched it on TV and decided to come here in September. It's just counting the actual visitors who came to Rotorua for the event, with Crankworks being the purpose for that event as well, for coming, sorry. So if they came for other reasons and Crankworks was just something they came to, then they don't get counted in our economic impact report. So it very much is a conservative figure, 22.59 million into our economy since 2015 and 4.1 million in 2019 alone. So if I was just reporting back to you on the 150k spent by council and said to you, well, this is the deliverable, I would anticipate that you'd be reasonably happy with that result alone. If we move on to perception change, this has been consistent every year since we started, but the people who are coming to the event are telling us that Crankworks has drastically improved their perception of Rotorua. So it's changed the way they think of the location, and you only have to see the cars flooding in from Auckland and Tauranga on the weekends to know that that's the truth. Again, worth $150,000, I would think so. Once we start to layer in the community benefits, up in the top left-hand corner, we've got the Educate program. So we had over 200 students, secondary school students, who are working on NCA level 2 and 3 credits, come to the event, and they studied leading into the event. They come to the event, they check it all out, and they complete their studies and research while they're at the event. So that's one element. Next to them are the Share the Ride families. So these are families that are chosen through some of our community partners and taken out into the forest and given the experience of mountain biking in our destination, and then are gifted a bike at the end of the program. The next one we've got is Share the Ride in schools. So this year we took the entire roll from Te Kurua Te Koutu out into the forest as well and gave them the same experience. So learning to understand, what this amazing resources that we have on our doorstep. We've got Deep Summer returned once again to Eat Street, a great public event that people can come and check out for free. Next to that, I've got some of our friends, Adam and Chris from Empire of Dirt, who, the local guys who really want to try and, who have become a professional trail building company internationally. They're heading over to Japan soon, and they've been to Austria and Whistler as well. And the dual slalom course on Tarawera Road is sort of part of their legacy, and there's some other projects in the pipeline too. Maxis is one of our new sponsors, an international tyre manufacturing company. They came in and were really impressed with the way that we integrate our culture and into the event, and they wanted to contribute and be part of that themselves. And there's always kind of a risk when you get a multinational company come in and start to partner with the cultural elements of a country. There's always a lot of risk associated with that. Well, these guys came in and they did it extremely classily. So they partnered with Te Puia Māori Arts and Crafts Institute. They came up with a limited edition tyre and design. They sold that limited edition tyre for the duration of the event, and they donated all the proceeds from that to the local Rotorua Trails Trust as well. So instead of sort of coming in this multinational company that they could have been, they came in super classy and then contributed back to the community that they're participating in. So what we're hearing from around the sponsorship table now is that companies aren't just interested in coming and putting their brand on something. They want to come and have some lasting legacy effects for the locations that they're working on. And that's a catch cry that we've had right from the start. And to see it coming through the door like this is pretty exciting and a good sign for the future. Our Locals Days, represented there on the bottom left, are getting increasingly popular as well. I've mentioned our volunteer program, and our Kids Works arena was out of control. We had to shut it down on at least 2 occasions. So we've got capacity issues on that front going forward, and that's a good challenge to have, I believe. Not to mention the community benefits for local businesses, the athlete development. I could give you a list of riders who have kind of wet their whistle and honed their craft through Crankworks Rotorua and are now achieving on a world stage. These are local individuals who are travelling the world now as professional athletes. We have an observer program, and the list goes on. So 150K for that pillar alone, I would think would be a pretty good spend as well. This provides you a little overview of the events. This is, again, something I always like to pull things apart and put them back together again and try and understand. But everything in the red square or the rectangle that you can see there, that's what we're actually licensed to deliver for Crankworks. Everything else are programs or initiatives that we do because we want the benefits to be spread to as many people in our community as possible. So it is heavily weighted towards those community elements, and it's an approach that's been taken on by the other Crankworks international events in the other locations as well. So while we're all licensed only to do those that handful of events, everybody is now jumping on board and having a crack at all of this because it's just the right way to do things. So moving on to the fourth pillar, destination marketing, and I thought I'd do a quick exercise for everyone. Again, I'm always challenging my own thinking, and this was an exercise I did to try and challenge that. So I thought, let's look at if that 150K spent by council was just on this destination marketing element alone. What would it buy if we went with a media agency such as New Zealand NZME? And a quick comparison here, and what this does is it looks at, if we bought $150,000 for a campaign with the purpose of promoting our destination as an international mountain biking mecca, how much exposure would we get? The answer, looking at a campaign that has actually been conducted here in town, 23 million impressions is what was achieved, and that's via print, digital, online, across the board. When you compare it to Crankworks Rotorua, we are achieving 243 million impressions if we're using the same metrics. So it is, tenfold return on investment. So again, if you just compare it with that metric alone, this event is delivering. So that's kind of the summary of the presentation, really. Those are the four pillars that I've spoken about since day one. It's extremely relieving to be sitting in front of you 5 years down the track and saying to you all that this event is delivering how we said it would. I think that there'd be very few things that would return the investment quite like Crankworks Rotorua. And we have it under license for many years to come. We just have to look after it.
Ready for the video now?
There's another slide. That just stopped working.
Can you click the next slide, please, Hilda?
Just back one.
Back to the graph.
So the event is delivering. We do have some challenges on the horizon. This is a graph that just shows our commercial revenue versus public investment. There's a trend where basically commercial revenue decreases public investment increases year on year, while like an outgoing tide, while commercial revenue is needs to increase by at least the same amount if we want to deliver the same event year on year. We have to do better than delivering the same event. We have to deliver a better event every year. That's kind of the expectation of the parties around the table. And the commercial revenue side of the equation is achieving that and making that possible for us, as you can see from that kind of growing commercial revenue line. But a challenge that we're facing in 2020 is public investment is due to drop by about 230K. So that's just scratched off our revenue line right off the bat, and yet our expectations from our partners and our expectations of ourselves are to continue to evolve and continue the good work that the event's doing. So just a challenge for council to think about, I think, is the event is ours. It's ours to run with. It's ours to leverage, and it's ours to lose. So we've gone a little bit early next year. This year was definitely the craziest year we've had for Crankworks. Weather played ball. People came through the gates. But having said that, we still had our challenges as well. The Christchurch mosque attacks happened on the Friday prior to the event, and then Crankworks Rotorua kicked off 3 days later. The country was in mourning. Media were very much focused on the aftermath of that. We even wondered ourselves how we could forge ahead and run the event in the aftermath of what had taken place. But, the messages of support that were going across the media domestically and internationally were messages of unity, of pulling together, and we saw this as an opportunity to, rally together with our community under a common purpose, under a light purpose, and to get together and make something happen. So all things considered, we were extremely relieved with the way things rolled out. And then just to finish off, I've just got a video which captures some of the top line results from this year. You've got to be pretty quick to see them, but it's a video that we've already started using for pushing for growing our sponsorship revenue for next year. So.
Welcome, race fans. We're in beautiful Rotorua, New Zealand. First stop on the Crankworx World Tour. The Max slope style in memory of Magaza, the big man, Kelly McGarry. Brett Reeder goes into the lead.
We got a battery and ready to pick 10.
Get Josh, Keegan, and Bez off on course.
Keegan taking the win.
You can be a competitor as well if you go to Pink Bike. The crowd goes wild for Brooke McDonald. Oh, huge. Kyle straight crossing the finish line. Oh, we are off to another ridiculous season. Take a look at the crowd.
Thank you, Ariki. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'd just like to pay tribute to Ariki and the management team. I can't sort of stress what a challenge the Christchurch attack was at the start of our event, and also acknowledge the collaboration with the police around security. So the international crew arrived the day of that atrocity, and quite unsettling for them. And I hark back to when I was in the World Champs in Vale when Twin Towers went down. So it's a very unsettling time for our international partners, and the police were very reassuring. And so we I think, need to acknowledge that. Also our management team, some of whom are here today, very flexible and adjusted to meet the challenges. So we're open for any questions.
Sure. I have one question. Ariki, will a copy of this presentation be forwarded to or shared with the Minister of Sport, Mr. Robertson, and the major events team, bearing in mind, as you said, that it's going to fall off. The major events funding is going to fall off because I think because of the success rate that you've had and the numbers that you can verify. I think government would certainly be looking to reinvest. Well, we would certainly, through this council, be putting pressure on the major events funding to continue over a period of time.
Yeah, we have a ongoing relationship with New Zealand Major Events and the New Zealand government. We have since day dot, and there's quite a rigorous amount of reporting that we're required to do. So they're very much across all of the different elements of the event and the successes and challenges that we face as well. The New Zealand Major Events team think of Crankworx Rotorua as one of the flagship events. So from a best practice perspective, there are a few events that require the level of investment to provide the return on investment. So I know that they look on it really favourably, and the decline is a combination, just to clarify, of central, local government funding, all under the category of public investment. So, but yes, we will constantly trying to update the ministers in terms of what's on the cards for us, and we've already started that process.
And just finally, a question for Councillor Donaldson. Under confidential, 2 weeks out from Crankworks, the need to come back to council for extra funding was put through the confidential side of council. You're the one responsible for bringing the request forward. How do you see, in terms of a bang for our buck and the returns, do the figures that you're wearing two hats, I know, Dave, but is the bang for the buck justified? Because at the moment we've only got $75,000 in the budget for next year, and I just had a talk with the CEO, which we'd be of a mind to put that under review for the coming financial year. So I'd be interested in your comments from being in both sides of the pathway.
So, I've declared my interest, and I leave it for elected members to make their own conclusion around the return on investment. But what I will say is, without that additional investment from council, from a purely cash flow perspective, currently we have less than that additional 75,000 in the bank. So we're still waiting for revenue remuneration to come in as we report back and achieve our KPIs. So it's just a moving feast, the financial picture. But yeah, I leave the other part of your question to elected members to make their own view.
Can I also, just jump in there? I mean, if you ask me, I think the answer would be pretty obvious. I'm extremely biased towards this event, but my recommendation for the council would be to speak to some independent experts on events. I think that you'd find, and I'm confident that this event would hold up as one of the best events around for return on investment for a destination. And I think that other destinations around the country and in the Southern Hemisphere and around the world would chomp at the bit to have a chance to host something like this. So I'd put money on it.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before my question, a very good, very professional slide presentation and an update. So thank you for that, and for me, certainly, you have delivered. You have delivered, and worthwhile for the 150k we put in. The question I have is the date coming earlier, 2nd to the 8th of March, with the America's Cup on at the same time, but it's spread over a longer period of time. Is it going to be beneficial for us, or is that a tough thing having at the same time?
I think America's Cup's 2021, so but it is likely to take place around the same time. We put out our dates kind of 10 years in advance, a couple of years back. We've had to pivot each year, and so each year we kind of look at the landscape because new events are popping up all the time. We actually had planned this next year's event to be taking place at the end of March, but the UCI World Cup changed their calendar, and we've had to pivot around that. So as much as we will make our best laid plans as to when we will run the event, we certainly review and pivot on an ongoing basis. So we'll take that into consideration for sure.
And also,
can I add to that answer, Mr. Chair, through you? In 2021, of course, so Tuck holds the role of Business Development Manager. He's already reached out to the America's Cup organisation, and we see that as actually more of an opportunity than a threat to collaborate alongside that major event.
Yeah. And just to comment, Mr. Chairman, the 22 million since 2015, 5 years, you've certainly delivered something for our community. Kia ora.
Councillor Goulden, who wished to summarise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your report today. The video clips look more impressive than a still clip. Thank you very much for putting them in. I noticed you in your presentation, you indicated revenue was $1.98 million. When are the final balance sheet for this year going to be available?
We still have some financial results to sort of come in from different line items, but I'm confident we'll be turning a small surplus for this year, sorry. But it is a bit of a moving feast. Just last week, we were still receiving revenue from 2017 international distribution rights. So it means that, at some point we have to put a stake in the ground, but we're not quite ready to do that just yet.
And can I add, Mr. Chair, I was involved with the Mountain Bike Worlds 2006 Limited as a director when we staged the World Championships here. It took Arthur Clapp and I over a year to wind that single event up, so it wasn't a repeating event like this one, but the revenue does trickle in, and sooner or later you have to cash up the whole thing and close the bank account, and any further revenue goes to a charitable entity or something of that nature. But we are a not-for-profit. We're just continually, as Ari says, rolling over from one year to another.
But just before I ask Your Worship to speak, and Tuck, have you got anything you would like to add? No? Okay.
Well, I think Ari said everything.
Yeah. He's a very good mouthpiece for you. Your Worship.
Well, I just want to say it's astonishing, and it shows the long lead that you need to actually get to the position that you're in today. And I went to the AGM. I was incredibly impressed at the due diligence, looking at when the financials can be wrapped up. Also, thank you for being open about the need for more investment to keep something that is iconic to us going. This is an event that I can't go anywhere without it being mentioned. So the dirt is our new snow, and we market that ruthlessly, internationally and nationally. And I want to thank you because you started off really organically and are now a totally professional organisation. I was confident at the AGM to see the level of scrutiny, the council involvement, to make sure, as you've pointed out, Areki, about a good investment return for our community. I want to thank you too for responding to Councillor Tapsell, trying to get that community involvement. And I think the story that we need to tell locally is this isn't just a one-off event. This link with our investment in infrastructure in the forest, the BMX track, the cycleways, and what you've got where you hold Crankworks as part of all of those events is absolutely critical investment in our infrastructure. So I would like to ask you the question about those linkages. So people still see the investment in Whakariwariwa and even the lakefront isn't even remotely linked to iconic events like this. Could you just sort of tell me what the family of Crankworks thinks about that level of investment?
I'll try and answer, Your Worship. And actually your words just did raise a couple of other points that I wanted to raise or mention from a board perspective. So a number of our directors are significant employers in the community. As part of our upcoming challenges, we are a company, we are an employer, even though we employ people on contract. There are certain rules around minimum remuneration for positions, and we've operated well under that. Araki's hard taskmaster when it comes to screwing down a contract. But we have to be mindful of remuneration for people working for us, and also we're a high-risk event, so health and safety is an important consideration for directors. But look, the great thing about being the number one stop on the world tour is that the footage you've seen in that promotional video was shown in Innsbruck and will be shown at Whistler later this year. So we're part of the global mountain biking community, and we're on the world map. And I think that's what drives our increased visitation to the site. And I think our management team and our volunteers enjoy being part of that global mountain biking community and featuring in that. And you only have to look at the back of today's Daily Post to see that 4 young people from this community are competitors at the World Champs in Mont Saint Anne in a few days' time. So it shows, I think, how well recognised we've become on the world stage, and I think that's part of the sort of that's the attraction that places around the Southern Hemisphere look at with jealousy. We've had visitation from the Mayor and the General Manager from the city in Tasmania that hosts a round of the Enduro World Series, come over here to see what makes Rotorua so special. And that's just one of a number of visits that we have. I have a visit later this week from an international company that wants to bring a major event here in the future. And we also, have significant games such as the Australasian Police and Emergency Services Games. They're taking place in Rotorua. So it's all of our sporting venues, and Rob's team take some of the credit for that, but mountain biking is a big draw card as well. So it's I think it's paying huge dividends, and the whole Rotorua mountain biking culture enjoy being part of it.
And if I could just add, it's probably something more when Destination Rotorua and comes before us, but the other infometric that we really need is how many people move here because of the infrastructure in mountain biking. We have pōwhiri for new staff, and I'm always astonished that people move here because of the biking and the biking culture, and they move their entire families here. And that's something that I'm not sure that we really measure as a local story, but we feel it and we see it, but the measurements often help us tell that story, as well as events like this.
Yeah, and I'd be interested. I understand Michelle from Rotorua Economic Development is presenting later, and maybe she could speak more to that. But I do know that it's quite kind of hard to know what other destinations are like in the world unless you've been to them, and I haven't been to many. So, but we now have a lot of friends who have, and Darren Kinnaird, who's the GM from Crankworks International, is constantly lobbied to go and take Crankworks to different destinations around the world, and Rotorua is his favourite place. And he constantly raves about the infrastructure that we have in place here. But he's also lobbied by different destinations, particularly around the Southern Hemisphere, who don't have what we have, but are willing to throw large amounts of cash at it. And some of the other Crankworks destinations are in a similar boat, where they don't have the luxury of 160 kilometres plus of trail sitting in their backyard. They have to build that from scratch. So we're ahead of the game, but others are chomping at the bit to try and get there as well. One thing that we've got for ourselves, irrespective of what any other destination in New Zealand manages to achieve, is we have Crankworks and the light that brings to our location on an international level, and that's something that I think we really have to hold on to.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful of time. I'll final comment to Councillor Raukawa-Tate, then we'll have to wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. I've been sitting here and, you're talking about the 4 poes. I actually think there's another po that oversits everything, and that's well-being. Because that's actually this is what Crankworks is. It's not just about, obviously the event. It's actually about pride that you give to the city. It's about the leadership that you've shown. It's about Dave sitting here when we agonise about 15,000, 75,000, and look at the return. And this is well-being. This is about community engagement. This is about inclusiveness. This is about people such as yourselves sitting there who actually believe it before they see it. What you give to us is not what you often see around this table. This is vision, because those are young people. Those are our young citizens. There are thousands of them that go up there. And they wouldn't be there if it wasn't for your leadership and it wasn't for the well-being and the pride that you have given to our city. So I just want to say to you, it's not just about the event, it's about everything that is actually about well-being. So I just want to kia ora to you, and particularly to you, Dave. Because sometimes I've sat here and think, oh my God, coming for more money. Well, actually, look at the return. Look at the young people, the future of our city. That's what you've given to us. So I just want to say kia ora to you and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Picker, and great to see you as a regular attender at the event.
Yes, there's a few of us who
Not on a bike, not on a
not
bike.
on a bike. No. The other thing, and I think it would be remiss of me as chair to downplay the impact that Councillor Tapsell had in terms of ensuring that, and you picked up her challenge of ensuring that locals were involved at a reasonable price, but you've gone beyond that. You've engaged those other professional companies, or those companies who've come on board and said, let's go out and do these things for the young people, which is what you've summarised so beautifully, Councillor Okawatate. So with that, Ariki, we wish you well for 2020. Dave, you keep up the great work, and the other guys in your specialist areas. It's a huge team effort. We know you're in front of us today, but going back to the 490 volunteers and that's what Metapeka was talking about, there's that well-being factor for them as well. So with that, we thank you very much for the presentation. Would someone like to move that the presentation from Mountain Bike Holdings Limited be received? Moved Councillor Tapsell, seconded Councillor Gould. All those in favour? Sorry? Oh no, I mean Councillor Okawatate. Seconded Councillor Gould. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against carried. Thank you, gentlemen. I will now move to page 12 of the agenda, and would someone like to move that the operational updates for Council from Infracore Limited, Rotorua Airport Limited and Rotorua Economic Development Limited be received? Thank you, Councillor Okawatate. Seconded Councillor Kumar. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. I'd like to welcome to the front desk as presenters John McRae and Matthew Scott from Infracore Limited, Rotorua, and I think this is Matthew's first grilling before the community. No, we don't grill you, Matthew, but a big welcome from the committee and councillors, and look forward to your presentation. Welcome, John. Morena.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll do a quick intro and then we'll get into today. Yeah. So, morena, everyone. Gives me great satisfaction actually to introduce Matthew Scott, our new Chief Executive. It's fair to say that when we went out to the market, there was a few things that as a board we were keen to make sure that we looked at in a person that taking the organisation forward. And in simple terms, it's about developing the people will build the organisation. So our expectations of Matt here is that he's able to engage the team of 150 people, build high performance teams, and build a strong client focus through the organisation, and as well as bring innovation to the table as well. And that's the organisation has come through a period of time where it's gone through the transition. It's settled into business as usual, and as you've heard me talk before, the next phase is really about building the capability of the organisation and building teams that are high performing. So with that introduction, one of the things I will say is when we interviewed Matt, I hope I'm not setting up here, mate, but saw with that, his ability to provide a lot of clarity in his messaging, his ability to engage with the team across all facets, and really look forward to Matt taking on that leadership, taking the organisation to the next level, which is our expectation of him from the board. So with that in mind, I'd like to hand over to Matt, and he can get on with the mahi.
Yeah. And a big welcome to you, Matthew. We do have a copy of your quarterly highlights report in front of us. So if we take that as read, and you can highlight any areas that you believe you're working on, where you're at, and where you're heading.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So my first day
as CEO for Infracorp was 1st of July. Submitted the report, I think, on the 3rd, so it's working day 3. It is brief, and that's the reason why. The bit that is dear to my heart, though, is what happens in the next 3 months. I wholly own that. The rest of it I was just reporting back from the team. So there are some key positives for the last quarter, however. The new SLAs, new contracts with the council have been livened. The new standards for the open parks and spaces is underway, and the new data gathering expectations and price schedules are in place. So quite a piece of work, I understand there. It looks like a lot of work would have happened in the background, and I understand there was an element of toing and froing over time to fine-tune those contracts. Almost closed out, but certainly live anyway, which is great news. For me, I was pleased to hear that there had been a people engagement survey that had been initiated just shortly before I started. So that's now been closed. By the look of it, it's got about a 75% completion rate, which I would deem as quite good. We're yet to go through the analysis of it, but from my perspective, it's almost a luxury to have that information, within month 1 of my tenure. So that would give me some good insights into where the staff are at, where the people are at, where their motivations are, what they like about the company, what they want to see change. One thing that has come through, though, just through going through the traps, is that the lines of communication have been described to me by the masses as not being as good as they could be. The leadership style and the strategy or the direction for the business could do with an overhaul. And again, for me, in the luxurious position coming in where people are actually looking for that and craving it, is a fantastic place for me to be in. We've submitted a new statement of intent to the council. From my perspective, I put my signature on it, I endorse it. It would have been nice for it to be in 3 months' time so that I could have been a little bit deeper in the trench and understood. But if we do see anything along the line that sort of suggests that we need to knock it left or right a bit, then maybe we can discuss that more so at the time. A positive thing, I understand the Parks Inspector has been introduced into the public spaces. Concept of that is so that we've actually got somebody walking the streets looking for all of the things that we're expecting the public to be looking out for, so signs of graffiti or damage to structures, etc., etc. Idea being that we get to it before the member of the public sees it, and therefore in a roundabout way enhances their experience. One of the things that you always want to introduce something quickly when you come into a new role. Walking the streets with Rob and Henry after that lunchtime experience, I went back to our IT/app person. I said, is there any way that we can create a form on our iAuditor system where at least our staff can report things when they see it, and it will go back to Infracorp HQ for some sort of sanity checking. Does a job need to be generated for it? Can we get to it before somebody else does? So we can stop the need for phone calls, we can stop pieces of paper, we can make it easy for the 150 staff we've got out there walking the streets and use, hopefully, their 300 eyes to get some good information back and enhance the situation. So that's being trialled at the moment. It's likely to go live. There's no reason why it wouldn't. Future sort of views of that, and I know other councils have done it, the ability for the member of the public to have an app on their phone where they can report things quite easily, and etc. So it's all from the pathway in that respect. As far as business development and growth, Infracorp tendered and were awarded a work package for drinking water in Rotorua under Whakatane District Council. All indicators suggest that project's going well, and the client is quite excited by it. That's good news. Actions over the next quarter. So these wholeheartedly owned by myself, and understanding that we're only a couple of weeks into it. A number of initiatives have been kicked off. So mainly gap analysis so that we can understand where we're at from a health and safety perspective, so that we're at from a business efficiency perspective, so that we can position ourselves in a place that is suitable to grow. My concern is if we don't go through those exercises in the initial steps, then we could actually inadvertently grow something that we don't want to, multiply the inefficiencies, and certainly not deliver the outcomes that we're achieving for in the statement of intent. So those gap analysis comprise of HSE situation, in particular lead indicators, the number of site audits we're doing, the number of leader-led conversation type things, the ability for the field to report hazards, close calls, near misses, that type of stuff. We do have the infrastructure in place to be able to do it, and we do it. It's just I need comfort that we're doing it in the volumes that we need to, not just by means of the numbers, but also the quality of the information that we're receiving. Once we're comfortable with the quality, then we can start to put the corrective actions in place, and that will drive us for our continuous improvement. Continuous improvement in the ISO 9001, quality assessments. Again, you know, I need comfort that we're doing what we should be doing, that we're recording everything that we should be recording, the meetings that are being undertaken are documented, minuted and stored appropriately, etc., etc. From an efficiency perspective, there's a number of actions underway for margin improvement analysis. So that's not just looking at the overhead structure so much, but you know, are we getting best values out of the roles that we've got in the structure? As a picture, it looks nice, but is it aligned to the business outcomes that we're after? Are people actually fulfilling the duties for the role description, or have we departed from that over time and morphed into something that we're not quite sure what we've got? So that starts off with a role clarity exercise which has been undertaken over the last 2 weeks. That's to test people or to see what people believe they are there to do versus what they're actually doing versus the purpose that they believe they originally employed. Right? So all of those will be tested back to the statement of intent to make sure there's an alignment between who's doing what and whether it achieved those outcomes. Looking at the purchasing cost reduction, so are there, of the high cost items, are there opportunities for better procurement deals, sole providers, that type of stuff? So lump it together to see how many savings we can get from a procurement perspective, and also what waste is in there. So waste, I'm talking about buying more expensive items than are required to do the job, reinforcing, not jeopardising safety or quality in any way. But you know, are we making sensible decisions, or are we buying the nice version because you know, it looks better or it's slightly more comfortable or whatever? So out of all of those, the intent is to enable to increase the margin without touching the revenue and without growing the business. It's just making what we've got today tighter. That will lead into the analysis of the key business metrics. Now, I'm not a fan of waiting until working day 5 after month end to see what the month end result looks like. I want to be able to track that through the month. At the moment, I can't do that, although we have got what I would describe as quite a sophisticated finance system now that captures a lot of data. Now, I understand we haven't had that historically. So that gives me confidence that we will be able to achieve some key metrics, track the volumes of work through the month, track our costs to those volumes on some sort of dashboard, whether it be Power BI or other, and will give us clarity throughout the month as to where we're going. That will allow us to be dynamic and reduce resources, etc., etc. And last but not least, appointment of vacant roles. So a couple of resignations since I started. One of them has nothing to do with me, I promise. It was already in the pipeline. There's Francis Bates-Crisp as the Utilities Operations Manager. Francis resigned on the day that I started, unfortunately. to pursue other ventures on a personal level, and also our quality advisor resigned last week as well, so there's an opportunity there. There's a couple of other vacant roles, the commercial manager and the people and capability manager. I'm going to make some judgments as to how we remorph that to get some better value out of it. That's where I'm up to on working day 14. I will naturally have some gaps. I do believe in the time that I've been here, though, I've seen, heard and listened to a lot of things. I've been out with each key operational manager, I've been into the field, I've probably met most of the workforce, and you know, I'm not really surprised with what I see, which is good. And it's similar to what I've seen in the past and been able to resolve to varying degrees. So it gives me a level of confidence that I will be able to lead our team, firstly to unite it and to bring that leadership and direction and deliver John the outcomes that I've promised him in my selection process.
Much, Matthew. Are there any questions? Councillor Kent, Councillor O'Kawatate, Councillor Gould, and Her Worship. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Welcome, Matt. I realise this is sort of throwing you straight in off the deep end, but you'll get used to it. It happens a lot around this place. My question is this: you're operating a separate financial system from the main council. One has to question why that actually happens. But beyond that, when can we actually see some financial results from the year? Do you know at this stage, please?
The financial results are under audit currently for FY19.
Thank you. Councillor O'Kawatate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Matt, and welcome. You know, I actually worry about Infracore. I really worry about it. I just think, do you actually, you know, it's about knowing what the business is and doing it well. You know, and if you don't know what it is, because talking about, what did I hear you say? Having people in the right positions and believing they're there to do their job and everything. I've had that for the last couple of years, being presented here by Tim.
Sure.
So really it's about knowing what the business is and doing the best at it. And we're asking you, I think over the past, you've been looking to, you know, go and get contracts and everything. Hasn't eventuated. So I'm just really a little bit worried about the future of Infracore. So, you know, that does worry me.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think they're fair concerns. As far as owning the statements of the past, I guess in the role as the CEO, although I never made those statements, I kind of adopt them. If I look back at what I've achieved in different businesses in the past, they've not been dissimilar to this. The last sort of 10 or 11 years have been spent remedying or contract remediation for either underperforming, underbid, or poorly performing in all three aspects of health, safety, financial and KPIs. It's something that needs to be tackled constructively. You need to have a strategy, you need to have a direction, you need to make sure that your ground level or your foundation is straight before you can start growing it. I think with the contracts that I've seen Infracore has won, you know, it's clear to me that they weren't in a level of maturity to possibly be delivering those contracts, and that's why I say it comes back to the role clarity, to make sure that we've got everything covered, there are no gaps, make sure that we're driving the efficiencies with the metrics to support it, not just at the end of the month, but throughout the month, and then you can be comfortable that what you've got there will provide a solid value proposition out to the open market. Now, at the moment, I don't feel confident doing that. It may be, after the analysis, that I do feel confident nothing needs to be changed. I'd be surprised, but that could be the case. If I don't pay due diligence to at this point, then I can't give you the confidence that you need.
So I might just chip in there and add a little bit more to it. Because as you will have noticed, and I think this is where your comments coming from, as a board, you know, we've made some significant changes to the exec team, and for good reason. The organisation has come through that last 6 months. We really needed to build the capability of the team, get the right people in place, and move forward on that basis. I think we got to a stage, and that's why I started off with my kōrero around, the organisation's come through some significant changes. Right from it's only 4 years ago that it was put into a CCO that had a huge cultural change. And then, of course, it's gone through a process where strengthening of the board. There's been a number of board members change. And, of course, now we're going through the phase of making sure that we've got the right leadership team to take the organisation to the next step.
Thank you for that, John. That was well. That was one of the questions I was going to ask. I don't actually see Matthew reporting on things like that. I look to you because you're the ones who have to put in place the statement of intent. So
yeah,
I look to the board for that leadership. Yep. You appoint, and what Matthew actually does is the operational side, which I don't really think I should be involved in. I should be coming directly to you. Councillor Gould.
Thank you for your report this morning. I'd like to quote a paragraph from page 15 from your report. During Q3, Infocor successfully tendered for and won a package of work for Whakatane District Council to carry out upgrade work on the drinking water service connections in the community of Murupara. This project is now underway with a satisfied client based upon the project team delivering high quality works. And yet on page 18 you show it as red.
Yep. So the reason for that, there's 2 projects in that category there. One of them is delivering, which is the Murupara, and one of them is some challenges, which is Rotorua. So my judgment call was, rather than go with the optimistic view and try and hide one that's underperforming, I'll go with the red and explain the success of the Murupara.
Second question, final question. On page 17, you've got TBC, which means to be confirmed. Is that sometime in the next couple of months, or is it?
Yeah, so the ones that are to be confirmed are related to the financial results. Financial results are under audit. The instruction for the purpose of this report was to remove the financials for this quarter.
Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Matthew and John. Thank you and welcome to the team, Matthew.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's good working year ahead. And obviously when you were chosen for this role, the board must have discussed the role of the past and going forward in the future. I think for the layman and the ratepayer, what they seem to want to understand in simple terms is how can Infracore deliver at that grassroots levels as well, where the berms are being done or not, where little things are, they can't seem to understand why it's not being done because Infracore is not winning those contracts and all. So what my question is alluding to, in understanding your role and also telling us about keeping your house in order, obviously we don't want to see any hemorrhaging, and not that I'm saying not being negative about it, but what I'm saying is going forward, have you really looked at putting a plan in order instead of just keeping the house in order as to how we're going to acquire some big contracts as well as keep the city?
Not as yet, no. I certainly will be. It's all interrelated though. What I'm after at the moment is I need to develop my level of confidence in the business as it is at adoption stage, if you like. That will give me very quickly, and we're not talking about 3-6 months here, we're talking like over the next sort of 30 days, I will have a very good view of what needs to be achieved before I feel comfortable going to the open market and tendering for whatever works of whatever size. Right? Now, there's a number of things that you need in order to win work in the open market, and that is you need to be able to offer a fair price. Now, the people of Rotorua will also, I'm quite sure, be looking for Infracore to be delivering the services that we currently hold at a fair price. Now, we may or may not be able to be at this moment in time, but when we've got the metrics that allow us to report upon that, then we can give certainty and build confidence Once we build the confidence, then we can go to the market knowing that we've got a keen price, right? Price isn't everything though, there's a non-price attributes as well. We've got to have a capability. Capability is based upon, your previous track record and what you're delivering and to who you're delivering at that point. And then you need to be able to deliver it safely. Now, safely is full of metrics, right? But we need confidence that the details behind that are good and accurate, and what we're looking at is has given us pure clarity, right? Then we can go to the market, we can start talking about the works in Rotorua and beyond that we're not doing today that arguably we could or even should be able to. Going to the market now and trying to win those works would probably or lead to a lot of debate as to whether we're in a position to do it or not, and would waste time, in my opinion.
Yeah, kia ora. Good morning, Matt. A couple of operational questions you may or may not be able to answer immediately. It's good to see that you're seeking to preempt some of the issues that are happening around the district. As a Lakes Community Board member, are you extending that out into the rural and lakes areas as well?
I need to know as much information as I can as quickly as possible. Right now, that's for the area that we're serving today, spanning out to the area that we would be targeting tomorrow when we're in position to. So I would put no limits.
Be comforting to hear. The other question is around the management you've got of the Rotorua household connections and the sewerage scheme.
Yes.
And I note you say here that the project is in recovery, timeline adjusted, scope reduced. Are you in a position to tell us what stage we're up to with those and how far we've got?
Yeah, high level. So the project comprises of installing new tanks, removing the old tanks and linking it into a new sewage pipe that's running along the frontage. We're 50% through, so phase one is done, the pressure testing is completed for the installation of the new tanks. Of the 250, I believe there's 70 that have issues. Issues are made up of landowner consents primarily, or access concerns, right? So take those out because they now go onto a protracted timeline because they need other involvement to remedy it. The position that we're at now is we're about to encroach in the actual cut over from the waste going through the old condition into the new condition, right? And that commences, I believe, on the 4th of September.
Okay, Councillor Hunt, then finally,
Thank you.
Mrs. Chadwick.
Kia ora, Matt, and welcome.
Can I just say, next time, John, I know it's Matthew's first time, but we've nearly done an hour, and if we could have it streamlined around that 20 minutes, 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions, it'll be really good. So, Councillor Hunt?
Yeah, just a brief question, a little bit more on the parts inspector role. I was really pleased to see that. Could you clarify, is that a formalisation of an informal arrangement that had been happening within Infracore, or is that a completely new role, and is that likely to be, I don't know if you've appointed someone yet, is that an internal thing or an external thing, and do you have an example of where that's worked well? Because I see great value in it, and I'm assuming it will be linked to the online platform so that that reportage can go directly through. Yes. I just wondered if you could flesh that out for me, because I think the community will really appreciate knowing that there is someone whose job is exactly to do that.
Exactly that, yeah. So my understanding is that it's creation of a new role, and it's based upon discussions between the two parties as to a sensible outcome. It isn't a formalisation of something that was going on. It is a new role, is my understanding. Somebody has been appointed. I'm not sure at this point whether it's full-time, permanent, or as an acting role whilst we go through the recruitment for it, but certainly somebody is fulfilling that role as their core duties.
Matt, I might leave you alone. You've only had your feet under the table for a month. I went to Porphyry and actually I saw amongst the staff of Infracore a real welcoming organisation, actually looking forward to a new leadership style. So I don't feel as worried as Councillor Roka would take. But my question is to you, John. Really, there is a bit of a manifesto out there that the CCO isn't subject to forensic audit. Could you tell me about the level of audit that Infracore is subjected to?
So the audit is very much compliant with audit standards. Accounts are produced in the normal fashion, and the auditors come in and do a sweep right through it and check everything as an independent auditor you would. So there's, strictly from an accounting purpose, everything is squeaky clean when they come back with that. We have to make sure we comply with the standards the accounting standards that are put in place and the audit requirements from the auditors.
So it's obviously not clearly understood.
It's Audit New Zealand, which is a completely independent auditor that goes through our accounts, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Help out members.
But the board chairs has actually commented on the financial aspects, but of course from the parent organisation we also have a range of activities monitoring the performance of all of the CCOs. Those monitoring focus areas range from health and safety, because ultimately, of course, we are accountable for the delivery of health and safety systems as actually the parent organisation. So our health and safety team actually look at the activities of all of the CCOs to ensure that adequate plans and strategies are in place. But possibly more than that, and more importantly, to a degree, our parks, recreation, sport and rec team is looking all the time at levels of performance with regards to activities that have been carried out. Equally so, infrastructure is looking at the completion of work, because they are the supervising parts of our organisation that oversee the delivery to specification of the activities of the CCO in this case.
Maybe just to also add one other thing is, and probably people don't realise this, that the auditors that look at all our policies at a governance level that have been signed off by the board and make sure that those policies are, one, robust, but two, being applied right through the organisation. So, simple things like delegations policies, and so on, health and safety policies, the whole lot are in place, and the auditors have a good look through those to make sure that we have them and apply to put them in place.
I think, John, just in summary, I think with what the government announced yesterday with the waters, that this council is in a very, very good position in terms of the work over the last 10 to 20 years that we've done to secure the safety of our water supplies, that all our supplies are either ozone, or they are ozone and chlorine treated. So I think the role that other territorial authorities have got, like Hastings and others who are spending $50 million, we've done all that mahi. We've done all that work in the past, and I think there will be a demand, John, coming on the expertise, if you have got capacity and the expertise within your water area, into these other TLs that are going to need some help over time. So with that, we thank you for your presentation. Would someone like, we've got a motion on that one. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All the best, Matt, and in your next report, which will be probably prior to Christmas, we look forward to the direction that you're taking, and also the leadership that Her Worship has noticed that has been accepted, because that's certainly what the organisation needed.
Yeah.
At the operational level, certainly at the board level, we are more than happy with the direction that Infracore is heading. So we just need that backed up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think what we'll do, instead of waiting till 11 o'clock, we'll take a 5-minute break now, prior to the next presentation, which is from Mark Gibbon, the airport people, and then Michelle's over there chomping at the bit, raring to go. So we'll have a 5-minute break. Again, some more good news. Now, just leading on to, as a follow-up to the question of councillors to Infracore, the audit of these 3 CCOs is as rigorous, if not more so, than the rigour that Audit New Zealand, who I've heard some people call a pack of Rottweilers in terms of when they get their teeth around an issue, and the rigour that they put our staff through on the minorest of points to prove that we are complying with the policies, like as the CEO mentioned in the health and safety area, is so rigorous and so demanding that on some of our staff in the financial areas, 2 months of the year is put aside just to comply with audit and audit requirements. So I just want to emphasise that every activity, including the CCOs, is at the behest of Audit New Zealand, and including what UNA does, and everybody around this building, including the CCO. So welcome, Mark, with those comments, and good to see you again. Rotorua Airport Limited.
Thank you, Councillor, and kia ora, everyone. Apologies. I've kept the report fairly brief this quarter, but the overarching message is sort of one of consistency relative to the Q3 report. This year is a year of delivery for the airport, and we're operating within a frame of pretty stringent fiscal responsibility. So I'll take you through the key highlights of the last quarter and try and wrap up a year-end position for you. As Councillor mentioned, we are in the midst of an audit. We had a net surplus indicated in the budget of 208k. Our financials have been completed. We're completing a comprehensive revaluation of the airport asset. As we speak, that's both airside and landside assets, which completes today. And we have Audit New Zealand in terms of the second phase of their audit program commencing next week. The first phase ran over a week on 1 July. And we're on target to have year-end completion done around September, and we'll hold the AGM mid-November. In terms of the RLC loan, further $600,000 was paid down at the end of June. That's reduced the overarching loan balance from 18.4 down to $14.4 million. The CARL facility, or the working capital facility you have at the present time, is unutilised. Passenger movements, we've had a fantastic 12 months. In terms of overarching movements, we're just over 265,000. As I'd indicated at the Q3 report, we were targeting 265. In overall number terms, that's about an 18,500 PAX increase relative to the previous 12 months, and from the 12 months before that, we're up around 32,000 passengers. We've seen an extension in the shoulder season this year. In previous years, we've had a discernible drop in passenger movements around April. That's pushed right deep into the season, into May, in which we had record volumes, especially out of the Christchurch market and our South Island linkage. So in overall terms, a very, very positive picture. As I've indicated in the report, the information flowing in through Air New Zealand and other authorities, and this is very public, is as the tourism market is likely to show less growth going forward. There's no discernible impact on services over the next 12 months. We still have the core frame of our air services out of the 3 key sectors. In terms of aircraft movements, again, we were up over a couple of hundred movements from the previous 12 months. The forecast again going forward, as we put a significant lens on growth of the GA sector, and that's both fixed wing and rotary, as we all see a significant increase in that. And again, as I've noted previously, if you look at the extent of infrastructural investment in the airport, the runway and the airport has capacity to move around 100,000 flight movements a year. So it's really upside by growing into these markets. To a degree, they're counter-cyclical also. So by that I mean if we do have a flatter view in terms of the growth of domestic passenger services in and out of Rotorua, it makes significant sense to diversify operations and to grow areas such as general aviation that generally will operate regardless of what's happening from a tourism perspective. Operational incidents, 0. Again, we've had a very good year for the team. The team operates long hours. We have a very small team of 13 FTEs running from 5:20 in the morning through to midnight, 365 days. So that's a really pleasing result for the team. And off the back of that, LTIs, a lost time injury, 0. Moving forward, terminal redevelopment. So for those that have been out to the airport recently, you'll see that the southern end of the terminal, which was the old International Arrivals Hall, the northern wall of that has been wrapped in plastic. That's to facilitate what has been a very extensive rebuild of that northern wall from a seismic perspective. That's now been completed. We're dropping that structure down as we speak and looking to open the first phase of the redevelopment, which is the first 50% of the redevelopment, on the 23rd of August. At that point there, we moved to demolish the centre part of the building, which we have seismic issues. There's a significant amount of asbestos in there that will need to be hand-picked out, and that will take around a month. And again, those that have been into the departures lounge, you'll see that we've hoarded off a large area, which we've nearly completed a new toilet block. We move next week Robert Harrison to a temporary location, and we start works in and around, again, the seismic upgrade of that building, and looking to build a centre wall to future-proof for screening. In terms of the master plan, again, we had a KPI to complete the master plan for the airport, which has been done. We've actually really accelerated that process to a point in which we now have detailed feasibility analysis and business case for the general aviation precinct. And as I've noted in my report, we're looking at a cost of around $18 million for that, which will deliver a yield of around about 6.7%. That yield will improve through air traffic, and we're just quantifying the positive economic impact of that. Why we're doing this is if we step ahead and start moving into a phase of development, again, it diversifies away from simply relying on passenger movements and ratepayer funding for the airport into the airport maturing to a point in which we have a portfolio that provides regular annuity returns regardless of what the economy's doing, and to a degree ultimately in time ensures that the airport stands on its own 2 feet as a mature business and does not rely on the ratepayer. So the next phase of that conversation really moves towards the back end of the year in which we engage with council in and around our views on how we would like to fund it, and we'll be seeking council support in that respect. The airport fire appliance. So again, I flagged some months ago that we've purchased a new fire appliance. The 2 existing appliances that are over 20 years old, coming to the end of their lives. We partnered with Tauranga Airport to purchase 2 appliances out of Austria, and that was off the back of an extensive RFP process. That appliance is now complete. It's just being sign-written and will shortly be put on a ship and freighted out to New Zealand. So we expect to be into commissioning phase on that into early September. So that's really exciting.
Just interrupting, you don't need yourself and I to go to Austria to have a look at it before it's finished?
No, the trip had been offered to me, but I know not a lot about airport appliances, so we sent one of the guys that does know a lot about them to go through that commissioning process, which is fairly extensive because every airport has a different requirement around their appliance. And that's simply as a result of how quickly they need to be at a point of a runway, the volume of foam that may need to be expended, etc. So they're quite a bespoke build. So look, that's really exciting. And that's being signed written in Te Reo also, which will be of interest to councillors. So we're looking to land that into September. The last point is around a Part 139 aerodrome operator certificate. So what that relates to is every airfield in New Zealand has to be certified by CAA as being fit to govern and to run an airport. So that comes down to myself as senior person, and that's not a reflection of my age or my greyness. It's more around competence to run an airport in the event something goes wrong, and then to ensure that the infrastructure and the investment is there to a point in which it doesn't prejudice safety. So we've had that audit undertaken by CAA. That's a very invasive audit of everything we do at every level, to the point of watching our team undertaking exercises practically and auditing competence. So it's pretty extensive. That audit has been passed and we've been recertified. So we're recertified for a further, I think, 4 years and 9 months. We've got a slightly different date out to 2024 that we'll be lining up for the next audit on. So that's really positive news. Just stepping into the work. So as I'd mentioned previously, we're about 50% of the way through. So the image on the bottom right shows the extent of the wall that's been rebuilt. That's right through carving in a new foundation into the ground in terms of seismically strengthening it. The envelope that sits over the top enabled us to undertake those works through the driest winter. Ironically, we seem to have had on record. So, but look, yeah, we're nearly through that. So we open in around about 3 weeks. The image on the top left is the image that will greet folks arriving off the plane. Into the departures hall. So the area on the top left is a hoarding that's been put in place around the relay tenancy, in which we're building an extensive new toilet block, parental changing facility, shower block, etc. And the image to the bottom right, we commence those works in about 3 weeks' time, which will be the new departures lounge. We'll be making an announcement in terms of where we're heading from an overall food and beverage perspective in the near future. As a point of reference also, as I'd mentioned at the last update, Air New Zealand signalled that they would not be putting in a business lounge into Rotorua for a range of reasons. We've made a decision to establish what we're calling a business hub, which will be at the southern end of the departures lounge. That will be using an existing area of space that's underutilised as a gate lounge at the far end of the building. And so we'll be fitting that out with high-speed wireless furniture fittings, and that will be made available for business groups, meetings. It'll be free entry, there'll be no charge, and we will be seeking sponsorship and naming rights for that space. So we'll hopefully provide business people and customers utilising Rotorua Airport something akin to a business lounge. We'll be looking to hook up an ability to order F&B through a direct iPad connection into the cafe and restaurant. So that will be opened in the back quarter of this year. Just touching on the master plan very quickly. So, as I'd alluded to, the general aviation precinct is the area out to, I suppose, out to the right-hand side. So it's to the northern end of the terminal. So we've completed the feasibility and business case on that. To the south, again, we've completed conceptual design for an area into here. We will look to build a new heliport. The clincher in that, though, is the roundabout. And we are engaged in direct discussions with the NZTA in and around that roundabout that would sort of segue into part of the overall roading operating network plan for Rotorua area. So those conversations are sort of really a tripartite discussion, working very heavily with council, obviously. But we're very keen to see this roundabout go in because it does open up significant real estate opportunities for us. To the southern end, service station, incremental rental car facilities, storage facilities, etc., etc. And we have a zoning framework that enables this activity to be undertaken. So, at a three-dimensional level, that's what the GA precinct looks like. So, the air traffic control tower is around about here, and the GA precinct is this area through to the north. So that comprises around about 26 hangars, suitable for most iterations of general aviation aircraft that you would typically see operating on an airport. The horizon for the next 3 months. So again, we've got a lot on. Number one is completion of the first stage of the terminal redevelopment, and we're on track to do that 23rd of August. Stage 2, which is the departures hall and the link walkway connecting the buildings, and the balance of the demolition. And there's a lot of seismic work again that happens in there in terms of securing ceilings, establishing bracing into walls, etc. So, the positive thing out of this is we end up with a building and an overall airport terminal that will be 100% new building standard, and it will be IL3, which is a standard required as a gold standard for a domestic terminal or a passenger terminal in New Zealand. We're wanting to advance the master plan to a point of agreeing with council a funding approach at the back end of the year. We're looking to remark and optimise the car park and forecourt. We had points in time, March, April, in which we were down to single-digit car park spaces available, just simply through the volumes of people using the airport. So there will be some changes that are really focused in on optimisation of what we have, as opposed to building new car parks. Website go live. We've designed a new website, and that will go live over the ensuing 2 weeks. We look to open a business hub, as I've alluded to. We've undertaken a detailed rebuild of our FM strategy, and that's both our cyclical and preventative maintenance approach across all airport infrastructure, and really that's designed to ensure we get a longer burn out of those assets and avoid lumpy capital spend. We've got the SMS, so that's our safety management system. Again, I've touched on that previously. That is the airport version of a health and safety system, which we're designing and will be certified by CAA in May next year. And again, that is required to continue to operate as a certified airport. And the last item is onboarding and commissioning of the new fire appliance. Why this is a big issue is the type of appliance that we will adopt. It's a highly technical piece of kit. There's extensive training required for the guys to use it. So there is a bit of a process around that. So again, that's a focus for September. So that's it from me, but I would like to just sincerely thank the councillors for their support over there, and to you, Councillor Stewart, and I wish you, again, thank you very much for your stewardship or chairmanship of the O&M, and we wish you all the best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Been considerable comments from ill-informed, what I consider ill-informed parties. In what you presented to us this morning, you have paid off over $4 million worth of a loan. You paid off 600k in June, and yet you've got a surplus of 208. It's on top of paying that 600,000.
Yes, it is.
Wow. If you're a member of the public and you read some of the ill-informed letters to the editor, you'd think the airport is nearly destitute and it's going to go bankrupt almost overnight. But I think it's you're the man at the forefront of running the statement of corporate intent between us and that's council and the Airport Company Limited, and you're the face of the airport company. So I just want to ask the CEO, where in relation to where the airport has come from, and the volumes that he has articulated this morning, where do you see the airport heading, and are you happy with how it's going forward? Because you're our man in a direct link to Mark, so I think councillors would be interested in your comments.
Thank you. Through the chair. Well, look, I think when you look at CCOs, and I think you can apply this to all of the CCOs, my view has been that from a shareholder's perspective, it's important to see that the board is effectively creating tension in the operation of the organisation. And I think it probably needs to be, or you could look at it from 3 angles. Firstly, from the future direction of the organisation. So has the board created a clear pathway forward a long-term pathway that actually ensures the long-term success of the business effectively. Now, in the case of the airport, quite clearly you've got a master plan, you've actually got the developments that you've actually seen highlighted this far. So in my view, the airport board and with the chief executive, they clearly have crafted a long-term pathway. So that's the first aspect. The other is the concept, I guess, of business optimization, and are you seeing the business actually being optimized? Now, what was reported to you today was an increase in flight numbers through Air New Zealand, an increase in passengers, and equally so an increase in general aviation. So clearly you're seeing business optimization occurring with respect to the airport CCO. The last, I suspect, would be looking at the aspects of operational performance. And so are you actually seeing clear operational performance occurring in the CCO? And what you've heard today, and you've just highlighted as the chair, in terms of financial outcomes, you're most certainly seeing some very clear, good operational performance results being achieved. But I would say beyond that, it's also important to look at, particularly for the airport, that the airport's not only operating under health and safety requirements, but in fact some very strenuous requirements around CAA, which of course it is actually currently going through and is well and truly meeting. And you've just seen, for example, the new fire services vehicles that have been put into place. They are there to ensure the long-term performance of the airport against stringent CAA performance. So in my view, I think what we can see with regards to the airport is an operation that is actually clearly performing well. I would actually also go so far as to go back to the Infracore presentation that you actually just received, and my take on it, which was possibly somewhat different from perhaps what you may have done, was that what you're seeing there is actually the board exercise tension or create tension in the organisation with regards to expectations of heightened performance. And that is exactly what you want to see with respect to the performance of CCOs.
Gould.
Thank you very much for your report today. One of the questions is to do with on page 24, which is to do with the airport part 139 recertification. What's in our report and what you put up on the screen are different. How long is that U certification for? Because you mentioned that it's been recently been certified.
Yes, it is. So obviously at the time of the report, the certification wasn't there, as at today it is. So the certification was released this week. So it was a 31 July date. Yeah, so it's actually, so we had a request from CAA. Typically certifications are 5 years. They have 7 airports that have a 31 July certification date throughout New Zealand. So what they've asked those 7 airports to do effectively is to move into a month-on-month process of recertification. So that starts. Some airports are looking at 4 years and 5 months. I think we're 4 years. I'll just need to check the final detail. I think it was 4 years and 8 months. So there's nothing sinister in around it. It's simply working into a cadence with CAA that means their inspectors can get across the airports and do them justice, as opposed to having what is a bottleneck at the moment.
And yes, Councillor Gould.
My second question, the answer needs to come from the Chief Executive. On page 24, it's got runway end safety area. And at the last night, it says RLL will seek to submit a paper to Rotorua Lakes Council seeking approval to proceed in August 19. With the election on the 12th of October, what does the report imply? Does it imply that it will be sorted out by the 22nd of August council meeting, or is it going to have to be deferred until November or December?
Through the chair, no, the Chief Financial Officer will be bringing back a paper to councils with a set of recommendations on this matter within the next council meeting.
At the next council meeting. Just one question before we go to the next person, Mark. The fire truck that meets CAA CAA audit and expectations in terms of its ability to service the needs of the airport?
Yes, it does. So the KPI in terms of CAA, and this is why these differ from airport to airport, is Rotorua Airport has the third longest runway in New Zealand, 2.3 k's. So we have a mandatory requirement from the point in which the crash alarm is hit, that truck needs to be at the end of either runway threshold within 3 minutes. So the speed of the truck, the size of it, the design of it, the weight of it, it is purpose-built. And it's very different from an airport, for example, that had a runway surface of 1.7 k's, that may be facilitating larger aircraft that may have a higher foam dispersal rate but have less requirement in terms of speed and the ability to get to an event. So that's the sort of thing that is considered in terms of building the spec for one of these vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Thank you for your report, Mark, and I have to congratulate you both on the operational performance and the financial performance that you're putting before us. My question relates to, you've said the Precinct B, the General Aviation Precinct, is likely to cost preliminary about 17.6 million, and I know personally that inquiries are starting to come in from people that are interested. Have you got a feel yet for what Precinct A is likely to cost, the heliport and rentals facilities and so on?
Yeah, look, we haven't been through a detailed cost assessment of Precinct A at this point. We know anecdotally that there has been some discussion that the roundabout would be $5 million. We don't believe that's an airport cost, that's an NZTA cost. In terms of the overall cost of Precinct A, no, Councillor, I'm sorry, just don't have a number at this point. Obviously, we do have that information at hand now for Precinct B. Yeah.
That could come in your next report, Mark.
Yes, yes.
Finally, Your Worship, the Mayor.
Well done, Mark, and to the board. This is a great result, especially considering the change that you're going through, the change program to your master plan, and it puts to bed fears about a CCO-run facility that we all enjoy. I think the elephant in the room for me that's driving me crazy and others here involved with economic development is this Precinct A, and the elephant in the room is this getting this roundabout and waiting and working with NZTA on this network operating plan. Is your board considering, because we certainly should be, I think, with your financial return, just getting on and doing it? Because we're holding up even more business that would benefit Rotorua by having that bottleneck there and waiting. We're fighting the good fight for Tenai Road with NZTA, but I feel rather frustrated that we can clearly see partners on either side of the road and us as a council have got the master plan, are going back to a network operating plan, but I wonder what would happen if we invested in that roundabout jointly, as we do with our partnership funding approach. Would that leverage any response, and is your board thinking of that approach?
Yes, Your Worship. We've got a strategy session on the 15th of August in which we'll be looking at a series of options in and around the roundabout. But look, I would say at this point that nothing's off the table, that we've got an unblinkered approach in terms of what we believe would be the best for the airport. And obviously, as a CCO, we have our own commercial interests front of mind in terms of getting a return on investment for anything we do. But as part of that, operating as part of the broader Rotorua family, it makes sense on a series of levels to have this roundabout from a partnership perspective. And in my sense, it will take a degree of collaboration to actually bring this forward. I don't think any one party will do it on their own.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That would be an in-house issue in terms of financial commitment. But it's interesting, Mark, that you said that all options are on the table, and certainly I hope that's the position that we're coming from, but I'll ask the CEO if you'd like to comment, please.
Look, there has been, through the Chair, there has been a lot of discussions on this matter, and I think Mark is actually correct in pointing out that there needs to be partnership between the airport, Council and NZTA. NZTA, at the end of the day, will really need to agree as to a funding assistance rate for this activity, because it is critical that we don't simply just go ahead and fund the creation of infrastructure, which is actually within a state highway network. So it does actually need NZTA's agreement to be a party to this and to provide a funding assistance rate for it.
But bringing it forward is that's the scope that we're looking at. So hopefully you'll be able to tell the new council and me and new council the parameters that you are discussing in terms of the board, and also the discussions at council and the joint partnership, which is the way of this council of the future, is the joint partnership with NZTA to get matters up on the table. And I think, as her worship has indicated, she's prepared to work along those lines as well as you are, and the Chief Executive Officer from a council point of view. So I wish you well, and hopefully we can get this done, because the commercial opportunities that you've talked about today in your presentation are certainly being held up in my view. You in reply to Councillor Kent's question, the commercial opportunities in your master plan are certainly going to be held up if this roundabout isn't put in place earlier rather than later. So with that, Mark, I thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you very much for your kind comments at the beginning. I will still be taking more than a passing interest in what's happening at the airport. I was just saying to Una that I've been here a long time, and we've had a succession of CEOs and so-called leaders of the airport, and I must congratulate you. I think you've done a sensational job in correcting and getting us on track back to a commercial footing that we always envisaged that having an international portal would create, but we were let down by a certain element within the tourism industry, which I'm very disappointed about. But you've taken that, put that aside, and moved this airport company forward. So that I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I just would say, look, we do have a tremendous asset in the airport, and the trick from our perspective is really get to a point of trust and confidence with the Rotorua public, and to ensure that we seize the commercial opportunities in and around the land holdings. So that's front of mind for myself and for the board. So we're really well joined up on that point. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Right. We now have our Michelle Templer from the Rotorua Economic Development Limited CCO, and her presentation. Michelle is on page 29. We've taken it as read. The matters that you've been working on, you've achieved, and what's coming up in the next 3 months between now and the next report, which will probably be December. If you could go forward from there, and we've got your quarterly highlights, which are fantastic. So welcome, Michelle, and all the best.
Morena, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go through just a quick snapshot of our operating environment, then just our sort of year-end position, in addition to a couple of highlights, and have a video to show at the end, and a look forward. So I think one of the first things is, at a regional economy level, we've actually seen some real strength in the local economy, translating into one of our lowest unemployment rates, dropping to 5% in March 2019. That's actually the lowest level since 2009, so that's great to see. In addition, we've had retail consumer spending increase by 3.7% to year to March 2019. It's also positive to see that a number of indicators, including non-residential consents, are above the national average, including residential consents in line with the national average. From an agriculture point of view, some of those positive regional economy indicators have been led by the agricultural sector. We're experiencing strong and continued growth in commodity prices against historical norms. Fonterra's farm gate price is looking positive in the 630 to 640 kgs of milk solid. And a big influencer for our beef and lamb farmers has been the impact of African swine flu on protein prices. So if you're a keen follower of these numbers, $8.20 a kg for lamb is exceptional. So if you're planning on buying lamb at the supermarket, grab it now. That's looking like going up more, and around $5.60 for beef. There's been quite a lot of coverage around log prices, and coming off historic highs, we have seen a significant drop in wharf gate prices. But long-term indicators are that this is a short-term situation and will balance out. Again, in the visitor economy, we've had at an international, across the national environment, some reductions in key markets for New Zealand. But it's really positive to see in Rotorua in particular that our balanced portfolio of international and domestic has seen that drop not being too significant, and particularly ongoing growth in some key markets such as the US. Our financial year end 19 position, we had a budget forecast surplus of just over 44,000. We're about to go into audit from Audit New Zealand as well, and our current indication is that we will be delivering a slightly reduced surplus, and so that's positive. That'll be ratified by Audit New Zealand and the board. Some key performance metric highlights. Our eyesight is a significant operation. And over the last 2.5 years, we've significantly turned that around, has increased retail and commission sales while maintaining strong Net Promoter Score, which is a customer satisfaction rating. And that's important to us because the funding we receive from Council, nearly 4/7 of our actual overall expenditure is delivered through private sector funding, so through partnerships and our own operations, which enables us to make sure we're delivering as much as we can. Our business events team had a target just on $5 million worth of events that they directly brought into the community, and the value at year end was $10.2 million. Business events, again, is an ongoing important part of our ecosystem that delivers people in across that shoulder and our current winter season. Working with Mark at the airport, a lot of those people coming in from around New Zealand are actually attending business events. So total business events expenditure was in the order of $50 million, and that calculates to around 74,000 bed nights. This year, we've also fully established our what we call our High Performance Institute, which is how we engage and work with businesses to support their growth and development. That's made up of 3 pillars. One, a strategy workshop, which is really about helping companies identify where they are now, where they're trying to get to, and some tangible things that and milestones in order for that to happen. We've also got our Trusted Advisor program up and running, where we can parachute resource into companies to again support them, and then delivery of our Accelerate program, which is done in partnership with the fire station. Another major project we worked on has been our business relocation pitch, which really engaged the local investor ecosystem, and I'll go into that a bit later. And at an organisational level, it's fantastic. All our senior positions are fully recruited. And recently we've been able to attract some key talent in our, with strong commercial acumen in our economic development team. So just on to some highlights for Q4. A key highlight was Trends. Trends is still the largest travel conference held in New Zealand, and it's a real positive for the destination being able to have that back in Rotorua to showcase, importantly, the level of development and reinvestment and new products available, just to make sure that the visitor industry is motivated and excited about what the offer is here. One of the key things for that is also just the spend that comes directly from having that event here, which is estimated to be around $2 million, and then the ongoing spend will be monitoring. So we will monitor the agents and wholesalers who came to Trends to look at a shift in how much booking they're sending through to Rotorua. Tourism is still an important part of our ecosystem, around 17.2% contribution to Rotorua's GDP. Just got a couple of images from Trends. One of the great things was seeing so many of our local operators able to showcase at Trends, and also it was an opportunity for us to profile some aspects of Rotorua that people are increasingly interested in, which is local food. So Natasha Whitewood created 2 bespoke canapes. If you didn't get to taste them, be envious because they were amazing. Hangi wontons and Nafa thermal corn fritters. And then on the Wednesday evening, importantly for us as a destination, as the host, was about leveraging the investment by tourism industry, Aotearoa, Air New Zealand, some of the strategic partners, Tourism New Zealand, to get in front of media. And for us, media are an incredibly important element in telling our destination story. So we created an event which profiled, again, local food, showcased our Elements campaign, and through a performance which was put together by Wetini Mitai, Turanga Merito in Lara Northcroft, and was extremely well received. Another highlight in our economic development space has been the Food Provenance Report, and this is very much around undertaking an overview of food and beverage consumption and production in the Rotorua district. I think our role here is there's a real push for authentic food experiences, but there's also a lot of discussion around how will our land use and reduce nitrogen. So this is very much from a commercial lens, which is how do we identify the opportunities and barriers for people to produce local food and ensure that they've got the supply chains and the demand and the fiscal analysis to enable people to have confidence to look at some of these alternative land use. So we've undertaken the report. There's a number of recommendations that have been provided from the report writers, including development of a local food strategy, establishment of a food hub, and a marketing plan. How did we do that? The researchers undertook a large number of focus groups, and they engaged with domestic and international visitors, but also worked closely with local growers, with cafes and hotels and attractions to understand how this might be delivered. We've also undertaken a statistical analysis of the size of the market. Our next steps are to socialise the recommendations of the report and share those with local businesses and get a response. and then we'll be testing some of those recommendations to take forward. Another major project was the business relocation project, and I was keen to highlight this because one of the challenges in our role is that the majority of work we do is commercial in confidence. And so that creates a real challenge in showcasing to you the work that's going on behind the scenes. I've chosen to highlight this project because it is a significant and ongoing project, and what it really highlighted was the ability to bring together and change the perception of people who are looking at locating in Rotorua. So we brought together people to demonstrate. We have the education partners, we have the collaboration support of central government agencies, and we have the work brokers who can identify the skills and talent in order to give a surety to a business that they can come here and they can be successful. In addition, we need to show them what property and services we have and some of the flex or the scalable footprint options. So businesses want to know that they can, if they're going to make a significant investment in relocating here, that they have the ability to expand and grow. We invested full-time resource to actually create the feasibility study in pitch document and then coordinating, bringing the parties together. The outcome of that is we've been advised that the report and engagement did result in a fundamental shift in the perception of Rotorua as a viable location. We're awaiting that final result, as I said. But I guess one of the biggest benefits is we've put together a comprehensive template for future investment and growth business cases, and we've already utilised that again. And I think secondarily was just that engagement with the investors ecosystem. We are not set up to go out and we don't have the funds to catalyse those actual investments. Our role is very much to facilitate and engage, but importantly provide a lot of the insights and intelligence which give people confidence in the private sector to make those decisions. Last example was Tech Week in Rotorua, and again this was us taking a lead role in curating Tech Week. Tech Week is part of a national program, and we'd never had Tech Week before. And initially people said, why would you have Tech Week in Rotorua? You guys don't do tech, you just do tourism, forestry, agriculture, geothermal stuff. And so there's a huge benefit in actually putting together an effective program which showcased 16 events with local, national and international speakers. In addition, it really helped us shape up and profile what amazing talent we have here, the level of entrepreneurship, as well as quite a deep diverse ecosystem which enables tech to thrive here. We received incredibly positive feedback. People are already signed up for next year and really excited about it. And again, media helped us leverage and spread that message, including live coverage on News Hub's AM show. It's also enabled us again to connect people together who said, I didn't know you were doing that. Oh, we could maybe work together in order to. And that's a really effective means to stimulate conversations and bring further momentum. And that's about creating some of those futurescape jobs and high value jobs that we need here in Rotorua, as well as leveraging, I think, something that we have got demonstrable skill sets in. So just lastly, what's happening in FY20 in Q1? I mentioned the previous report, we've been working with Education Rotorua around supporting the attraction of international students. I'm thrilled that we've managed to work with the local industry in Education New Zealand, who's made an investment into that program as well. We have been, through our board, which is a group of private sector individuals who are actively dissecting our priorities and where we're choosing to deploy our resources. We've also been working on some of our data analysis. So we've recently been working on a pilot which will come to fruition, which will enable us to be able to track visitor spend on a daily basis, and we'll be able to dissect that by country of origin and geolocation. So we'll actually be able to map where the spend is falling. That's really important to us because we're constantly looking for the outcomes of, and where the right place to deploy our resources are. As I mentioned, Australia is a key market, so we'll be travelling to Australia with around 18 local operators to really build on that incredibly important market for us. And we've also instituted a direct-to-consumer campaign. And that again enables us to cost effectively through digital channels reach large number of people and track the effectiveness of those engagements. And we're working on a number of PGFs with local business. A lot of those are related to capital acquisition or equipment. So it's important for us to work with businesses who are looking at making those large investments to understand how they might fund that, whether there's central government support, and obviously those investments are often related to growth or retention of employees. We're also working through a number of partnership opportunities with Scion, with the Department of Conservation and Film BOP. And again, that's about us connecting and leveraging and using our skill sets to enable and accelerate projects. Skills and workforce development, again, a real focus on connecting with industry, employers and educators. We're also working with Neat Places. One of the challenges for us, for our retailers, our hospitality providers, is making sure that people understand some of the gems and great experiences you can have in Rotorua. So that will involve an online profile. And we're just renewing our partnership with the Rotorua Tourism Investment Partnership Program. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, I've got a number who...
sorry, I've actually got a quick video.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's have the video first, shall we?
It's 2.36 seconds. 2 minutes, 36 seconds. This is our new destination video. It's part of a series.
In a place where history and tradition are treasured and passed down. Follow in the footsteps of voyagers, those that first walked this heated earth, and seek out your horizons. Where the natural environment beckons from your very doorstep. Open your eyes and let in that first light of day, where the surrounding world embraces you and heightens your senses. Let it take your breath away. Connect to the elements here like nowhere else on Earth. submerge yourself in healing waters that have soothed voyagers for centuries, and continue to shape the lives of those who call this place home. Come together, and with a spark, let your senses come alive. Find your element in Rotorua.
Michelle, that certainly brought an end to your presentation of high class that you and the marketing people have been doing, and how trends went down was just amazing. So congratulations to everyone involved with that. However, Michelle, there is a sector within our community, or some, I don't know whether you call them soothsayers or whatever, but they're certainly muddying the waters with a perception or comments within the media that our visitor industry is in trouble on the international and the local scene. So I just wondered whether you could give us an update on the visitor environment and projections over the next, or however you can make projections in terms of that side of things, so that we get a clearer picture of where we're heading. Are we focusing in the right areas? And so I'd love to hear what your comments are on that. I've got you, mate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, there's, I think it's fairly widely publicised, and it's something we've been aware of for some time, with forward forecasts from Air New Zealand, from industry partners, that we've probably seen the peak of visitor growth through the 15-16 years. Chris Roberts from TIA said yesterday that, you know, the forward 2019 rolling average was going to be reduced growth in some markets, declines in some markets, and possibly we'll get back to zero growth. And that's tourism, international tourism. I think one of the great things is Rotorua is a very different place than it was years ago. We don't have reliance on a single international market, and those campaigns, such as Famously and our new Elements campaigns, means that we've actually got a relatively balanced portfolio. Domestic visitor spend actually makes up, depending on the time of the year, year on year when you look at it, but currently it's around 56% of visitor spend is actually domestic, 46% international. That international spend is proportionally still incredibly high for a destination. So we do have a large number of international visitors. So I think, you know, we've planned for it. The industry's a lot more resilient than it was. We are seeing some incredibly good growth out of some key high yield markets, such as America. So that's sitting around plus 9%. And our focus has always been not just on getting more tourists, but actually getting the right mix of visitors to mitigate some of those risks, as well as it's positive to see in Rotorua that our spend has been growing faster than our visitor numbers. And that's good around managing the impact on local infrastructure as well.
Thank you.
So I think it's not the growth that we would have liked to have seen, but it's also not as dire, perhaps, as some people would say.
Thank you for that, Michelle. I just wondered if, Jake, do you have anything you'd like to comment from a council point of view and where we're heading with our CCA?
Through Mr. Chair, and Michelle put up some really good indicators about the change which is happening in the local economy, and it is really important to keep the focus on some of those. She talked about some of the employment rates, and the reason why I say that is one of the metrics that we have relied on and talked about a lot is the TLA level GDP figures, but the methodology that actually sits behind those has changed. So there was some work done by Stats New Zealand in 2018, and they changed their methodology, and they just brought it in and started recalculating previous years in figures. So you end up with something that's a sort of a macro measure with a huge number of assumptions. They then have a set of approaches that they use to generate a regional GDP figure, and then another model that takes it down to the TLA level. So for us, there's been some quite fundamental changes which have impacted on our GDP figure, and often if we just rely on that single measure, we lose actually the real detail which sits behind it, which is some of the material that Michelle just presented. So one of the changes, and again, for us in looking what Stats New Zealand has done with that change in GDP, is trying to scratch the surface of that methodology change and understand what the change actually was and how they did it. So I'll give you one example. They took away a correction for commuting. So people who move between districts and areas, which is clearly something that happens quite significantly in the Bay of Plenty, was a modification to that methodology. So we're really having to now spend some time with analysts we've got in our team to go back to Stats New Zealand and just start saying, so how do we interpret that and how do we look at that? And again, I think it does highlight how we just have to rely, I think, more specifically on those local metrics that Michelle has been presenting to you.
Very much for that, JP. We'll get the questions done, then we're going to break for lunch. Rob, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Thank you for your report, Michelle. The economic indicators you're using there are as at March 19. When are the next ones due out, please? And do you see any, are you forecasting any specific or significant change, particularly in the unemployment or the retail spend figures, first of all?
Excuse me, sorry, the next set of stats won't be available, to my knowledge, till mid-September. And I guess there's an important point. We, as part of our commitment to council, we have our key performance measures, and there were a number of monitoring indicators put in place. Those monitoring indicators are something we obviously aim to influence, and we monitor closely to look at that operating environment, which results in scrutiny from our board on what areas we're seeking to influence. But they are factors which we monitor, but aren't obviously directly within our control.
Councillor Hunt. Sorry, Rob.
One more. My second question is, can you just remind me, what is Council's total spend on Rotorua economic development per annum?
We received total funding of around $4.3 million this financial year, but our overall operating budget is significantly higher through private sector
involvement. Yeah. Fair enough. Councillor Kent. Sorry, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. Just great to see the Neat Places Directory is up and running, and particularly with a food emphasis. I'm particularly interested in sort of the data analysis. We had a presentation from Crankworks earlier. We know our biking community is big. We also know that NZTA, one of their 2020 goals is a 20% modal shift. Is anyone doing the metrics on bikes and homes, number of people who bike, and more specifically for us, in line with our reduction in unemployment, what age groups have moved here? We know our population has increased. How many of those are biking? Because that all ties into the larger wellness and local government putting those four well-beings back in. It's a part of a really big picture, but I think nationally it would be great to know, but specifically locally, because that's part of, we've heard of the bikes in schools, we know that there's an increase in fitness and wellness, and that taps into families getting out. It also taps into being job ready and all of those things, but specifically the 30 to 40 age group. So it's a very broad question, and I don't expect you to have the answers to that, but I would like to think that there will be some metrics coming in that will support our population dynamic. We know where we sat the last time we had the professor from Waikato come and tell us what our population looked like. What does it look like now? Because we have gone ahead in leaps and bounds from flatlining at 68 to jumping up to 72,500 plus. Who are they? How many of them have bikes? And it's not just from mountain biking. It's the older people I see out there. So that modal shift towards health and wellness, as well as driving economic development.
I'm afraid I don't have answers on that, but I guess like a lot of organisations, we were waiting on tenterhooks for the census data, which is often the key reference point, and so the delays in the census data, unfortunately, we can actually pull out some amazing stats from the last census, which actually look at types of transport used and demographics, but that's primarily where the demographics data comes from, so we'll be waiting on that. I think the overall mountain biking and ka pai to the Crankworks team, it is something we are definitely seeing, which is, and it's not just the mountain biking, but this destination being recognised as a place where you can easily engage in the natural environment, and that's incredibly attractive to a range of people. So again, it's only anecdotal, but it is really pleasing to see, talking to recruitment companies, talking to real estate companies, the interest in younger people and families saying this is a place where not only can I find a job, but where I'd like to live.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, if you'll indulge me, in referencing Councillor Hunt's question, there was an economic impact assessment produced to underpin our application to the Provincial Growth Fund for the forestry development project, and just focusing on mountain biking, I think that identified approximately 5.3% of the population actively mountain bike in Whakarewa Forest. That's going to quickly become dated, that report, but Michelle, great to see the work on food provenance, and I like to highlight that because and you touched on land use change being important for our catchment, because historically the agricultural sector, Mr. Chair, have not been appreciative of the work of Destination Rotorua. So it's good to see that work being done. My only question was, one thing I have worked on with some of your team has beyond the recertification of the International Mountain Bike Association ride centre status of Rotorua. So we previously held a gold level ride centre. It's been the benchmark's been significantly elevated to qualify for that. So I'm just inquiring as to whether you've got any result back yet from Rotorua's submission.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Yes, the IMBA, International Mountain Biking Association accreditation, we actually received notification yesterday, which may have been prompted by one of the team who's been working on it, is imminently due to have a baby, so she's been chasing them and said to them, you really have to update us. But we have received gold certification again, and so that's fantastic news for Rotorua, and a credit to not only my team members who worked on it, but people such as yourself, the Trails Trust, and Rotorua Lakes Council, Parks and Rec, and a wide portfolio of the business community supporting that application. So that's exciting news.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. That is exciting, and I think that lasts for another 4 years. Is that correct?
Yeah. As far as I know.
Councillor Gould.
Chairman, thank you, Michelle, for your report. One of your slides, you said business relocation project. Does that also involve the CBD, trying to get you CBD retailers to Rotorua? And is your project also involving Rotorua commercial real estate agents? Because quite often they have contacts as well.
That project wasn't specifically focused on CBD, and our projects are really aligned to where we have opportunities at a sectoral level, not around the CBD. That's outside of our letter of expectations from the council, which is retail business attraction. But the project definitely involved working closely with local real estate agents and local land and property owners to understand where the business could locate and what the opportunity was.
Mr. Chair, please. On our page 33, your attachment 3, you've got these 13 conference organisers which provide potential economic impact to Rotorua of 2.2 million. When will you know the success of some of those projects?
That's relating to SINS meetings, trade shows. So we monitor all our active leads and our engagement with private conference organisations, and I think at the moment we're running at a 60% conversion rate. So we monitor how many leads we're getting, we monitor how successful we are in getting conference proposals converted to actual conferences in the destination. And then, as I reported, our estimated value based on MB data is around $50 million in the last financial year, and that equates to around 74,000 bed nights in Rotorua.
Thank you, Michelle. It's a very positive report. I have to say, mayors are also working with central government about the infometrics around the census data and the change in reporting. So GDP isn't the only indicator that we want to be included in the future, and wellness is another one that we're going to have to focus on in there. But can I just say, Michelle, you've been very central to some very big things, and I don't think the community really understands it. There's been a bit of a trilogy here, Crankworks that we had this morning, and the marketing of our place and that digital space, the Royal Tour and Trends. And if you look at the exposure that we've had digitally, it shows the absolute critical aspect of our social media, and that Tech Week was absolutely a fundamental building block into beginning to be able to showcase our place, and seeing and hear the help that you're giving the film industry to get a studio based here. So we're starting to be seen as a digital hub that enables us to tell our story, and our story is one of a cultural destination. And that was no more graphic than at Trends when I went into the digital space for the international media. And as a result of that, I've been contacted again by FEALAC, those countries in the South American bloc that understand an indigenous experience, and all want to come to Rotorua. And it's come about by that push out from those major events. And I think that's something that's difficult to see until it comes together. So Tech Week, a really big tick. The other one for us about our lands, and Dave mentioned it, was the involvement of the circular economy and food provenance and land use. And this is a new space, particularly also around climate change. And so that's something that we are seen as an Indigenous leader of involvement in land use, because of the huge tracts of land here that are Māori owned that could be turned into economic giants if we use the right use of their land. So this is stuff it's hard for you to tell, but it's all there. The dots are all here, they're joining up, and it's helping us turn the wheels faster on Rotorua's perception of ourselves, our confidence, our belief in ourselves, and knowing what's absolutely central to our sense of place and culture and people. And so it's a very important job that you do. I know people can say, you know, how much revenue do you get from council? Never forget the partnership funding that comes in there from the industry as well. But boy, this unit works very, very smartly and flexibly to tell our story. And I really want to thank you for that.
I think, Michelle, probably there's no need for you to respond to that. I think what Her Worship is doing is giving an overview of not only what you've got written down. There's a lot of things behind the scenes, but there is an element within our community that says $4.3 million is a hell of a lot of money. And we've had questioning here this morning on $150,000 with Crankworks and asking for a return on that. So can I just ask, just so we can move on, and your involvement with the CEO as a CCO, where do you sit in terms of a return on that 4.3 million, Mr. Chief Executive Officer, in terms of being consistent and making sure that we have that at our fingertips, that we're getting that return?
Through the chair, this is a day for fast offhand responses, isn't it, to difficult questions. Look, in thinking about that, I think the ROI for Rotary economic development, in understanding it, I think we probably need to go back and look at Grow Rotorua for a start. And that was a relatively simple strategy, which was all about creating or trying to attract new business to Rotorua fundamentally. The board, as I understand it, for Rotary economic development, did actually a strategy change. And fundamentally, that strategy change was all about creating an environment of confidence in Rotorua, an environment that actually meant that developers, business owners, or potential business owners had the confidence to grow businesses, to invest in businesses. Now, the challenge, of course, is how do you measure that? Well, one way we can measure it is actually you've looked at, for example, today the unemployment rate in Rotorua, which is actually effectively at an all-time low. But I think we're also seeing through the Daily Post highlighted successive new businesses either starting operation or businesses expanding. Now that's happening as a result of business owners or developers having the confidence in Rotorua to invest or extend their businesses. Where are we seeing that? Well, we're obviously seeing that in tourism, where we can actually, if you look at all of our tourism operations and major ones across Rotorua at the moment, all of them have had substantial investment of recent times into them. I was driving in today and noticed that there's a sold sign on Eastlake, the last subdivision in Eastlake, which is a commercial development. Now that was sitting for many years now unsold. It is now sold, and I understand that a new commercial business is actually relocating to that location from outside of Rotorua. Now that's a new development. We were also seeing new commercial buildings popping up in Rotorua. We've now seen many of them occur, and all of those are about providing commercial accommodation for whether it be service industries in the financial sector or other commercial operations into Rotorua that hasn't happened in the past. We're seeing food premises reinvestment into them, and we're also seeing, for example, 2 host potential and around 1 hotel being developed at this current time, and we're aware in the consenting pipeline is another. Now, all of these things don't happen without the concept of confidence in Rotorua to invest and to grow businesses. Now, my understanding from the board's strategy was that their objective was to create that environment that promoted confidence. And in my view, we've seen today through Michelle's presentation the tools that they've actually used to grow that confidence. They've provided on one hand metrics, and on the other hand they're providing direct support for businesses to be able to grow their businesses. Now, if you wanted a measure of ROI, I think I could do no better than to give you the outline that I just have, and I could go away and provide you with a more tangible list as to the level of investments into the number of businesses in Rotorua that have happened. But in my view, that is the return on investment of this organisation, and I think they could actually well go away and be actually quite proud of the fact that the business confidence levels in Rotorua today have fundamentally changed from the environment we saw, for example, when Rotary Economic Development was first created.
And that's the reason why I asked that question, Michelle, because there has been a fundamental shift from a tired, run-down, relying on Māori, on geothermal, in terms of the visitor industry. So it's expanded way beyond that. And a lot of people sitting around this table have contributed in one way or another, you know, with the mountain biking, with new experiences for people. I mean, my boss, who was from Auckland, who was entrenched in living in Auckland, and he just could not believe what was available in Rotorua. That story's now been replicated, and also through your unit, and the people who, as you were highlighting, Mr. CEO, want to relocate here and come and do business here because it's a great lifestyle and it's a great place to live. So thank you for that, and thank you for your reply. Councillor Kumar, then followed by Councillor Maxwell, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michelle, for your report and also for that video. I think that video highlights what I really want to talk about. You know, Rotorua, coming to Rotorua to feel good, finding your element, but also to find Rotorua that it's a safe place. And I think rather anecdotally, when my family and my cousins and my friends, when we used to come to Rotorua in the past as tourists before we moved over here, was the fact that Rotorua provided us a platform for to come to one place where there was adventure tourism, where there was lots to do for our family, the geothermal, hot pools, and also because from Rotorua we could go to Taupo, we could go to Tauranga, the Mount, we could go to Hamilton and come back. And even if we wanted to go to see other towns close by, we could be situated here for 4 or 5 days. And at that stage, there were plenty of motels. There were no batches and stuff, but also that. But Rotorua has evolved a lot. There's now lots of places to stay in care, batch care and other, lots more food places have come, people coming for each street and all, and it still is now a very safe place. And so that's a real plus thing for Rotorua. I'm happy to see that the future outlook is looking at the film industry. I just hope that Rotorua can be used as a destination hub for shooting films over here. They'll bring a huge boost to our economy. But I think also it just depends on what the government policies are for allowing people to come and shoot films, because there's a lot of protection value that the government looks for in terms of what we've got to offer. And seeing that in Rotorua employment is low, but I just also hope that there's a scope that when people do want to come here for that high-level job, that they are available for people to migrate from overseas. I think having seen in the last 3 years of citizenship ceremony, as we see happy families that come over here and they speak about well-being factor. Why did they come to Rotorua? Because one, people were friendly. People reached out to them. People made them feel welcome. And you can see lots of, when I see from the Indian families they come with people that they've made fostered families, and they've got huge support of here, which they didn't have from otherwise. Filipinos that have been coming, and they come with foster families. So they made to feel that Rotorua is a wonderful place. And I think it also helps that the government's policy of regionalizing. If you want to stay in New Zealand, you've got to go and stay in the regions. So I think Rotorua as a city has capitalized on that well, People have come over here. Houses are affordable. I mean, Daily Post is doing their best at the moment to elevate housing prices and keep it up there by putting it on the front page every couple of times in the week. But apart from that, it's a good promotion for Rotorua and good promotion for economic development. I just hope, on a parting note, that Rotorua Economic Development is very active in also sourcing big businesses that are not in Rotorua, that are major players in the rest of the country, to bring them into Rotorua for the benefits of all.
So, Michelle, would you like to comment? Maybe a snapshot of what you're doing, and what the inquiries are that Raj talked about in terms of big business and people wanting to relocate. Is that happening on a consistent basis?
Well, I think probably importantly, our role is very much around connecting people, ideas, land and equity, and providing the commercial analysis, insights, and information in order the private sector to make good business decisions. I think the Chief Executive mentioned we scan the market for opportunities, but we have made a fundamental shift around partnering locally. So getting close to existing businesses, supporting iwi or trust investments, and helping them identify what their growth strategies, or they've often identified their growth strategies, but then looking to fill the gaps. And so that could be taking a market opportunity around something like a hotel development and putting together information that would give not only the developer but an operator the confidence to perhaps do that at a higher level. Business relocation around that there is the ecosystem here, that there is the talent to ensure that their business will be profitable and successful. So I think our roles very much is around that confidence, and we do that by being a trusted, often partner and neutral advisor, where we're taking insights and analysis and lending some of our commercial acumen and knowledge of the destination. Because really, it's not about us lending individual businesses, it's working with the real estate agents, it's working with a range of people to ensure that Rotorua is in that consideration mix. And really, it's not about our success, it's about Rotorua's success.
Thank you, Raj, for sharing your observations, because you came into Rotorua without any blinkers on, and you've looked at how Rotorua has changed. So we're, like Trevor and I and many of us who've been born and bred here, it's very hard for us to identify those perceptual changes. But with Michelle's reports and also your observations, you give us a different perspective. So thank you for that. Finally, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michelle, look, an excellent positive report, really of success, and I won't repeat them all because my council colleagues in that round the table have highlighted many of them, but I do want to touch on one, and that is 1,500 delegates here for about 4 or 5 days for Trends. Huge, and I know it moves around the country and we get it every now and again, but last month I ran into a top tourism operator who was at Trends, and he attends many of them, and he said it was the best Trends that he has attended. And I said, "Oh, do you send emails and do you send information?" They'd love to see things like that, but it was, and having been fortunate enough to attend some of the activities of Trends, it was fantastic. There is a question I want to ask, and I know if you can answer it briefly, but how did you get the giant Google people to provide something for local businesses, the online profiles, at zero cost? I'm still trying to come to terms with IT.
Be commercially sensitive, but be careful, Michelle.
It is a bit commercially sensitive, but I guess that's us working in collaboration with a number of our economic development agencies in the actual region. So we worked with Hamilton Waikato and Tauranga, Bay of Plenty, and really the intent was this is increasingly a platform where people go to find out information, and this is a way of facilitating workshops and building knowledge of our local businesses on making sure that they can profile themselves successfully. And in this instance, it was, I guess you could say from a business point of view, there was still a cost. Those people needed to take time out of their business to attend those workshops, but it has been really positive working collaboratively with other regional entities to say you need to help some of our smaller businesses with how they do profile online and take advantage of these platforms.
I thank you, Michelle, for your reports are always enlightening, and you can tell by the period of time that you spend in front of us that you create considerable interest. And of course, this is an integral part of our city and our district, and of course Councillor Donaldson's economic development portfolio plays an integral part in where you're heading, and it's a big tick in terms of we can't rush you in terms of your information. We have a huge impact right across our community, so I thank you on behalf of the Mayor and Councillors for the efforts that you do on our behalf. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll
Councillor, can I just acknowledge this group, but also you especially, and Councillor Hunt. Thank you very much for your probing questions, but also interest and engagement in our organisation, and wish you both the very best.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle. We'll adjourn until 1 o'clock for lunch, and then we'll head straight into the operational reports. Before we do, that's been carried, that motion, Hilda? Oh, it's already been moved. Rotorua Tate Kumar. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. We'll adjourn at until 1 o'clock. Happy with that, Tom? Resume the meeting. Would someone like to move that the operational report for June to July 2019 be received? Councillor Gould, seconded Councillor Kent. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. The first group we're going to hear from is the infrastructure group, and our action group manager Regan Fraser is joined by Peter Dynas. You all know Stavros is still probably stunning himself at 40 degrees in Greece or Cyprus or something like that. So good on him. So welcome Regan, Peter, and we look forward to your report.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'll take the report as read, and happy to answer any questions after the presentation. And what I'd like to touch on quickly today is our Rotorua sewage scheme. Like a lot of infrastructure projects, these span years and years, and we're really coming up to an important milestone now. So I thought I'd bring the expert along today, as this is his baby, Peter, to run us through a very quick PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this project is nearing completion. It's been, as you all know, quite a long process to get to where we are, and within the next 2 weeks, we'll be celebrating the actual official opening of it. So essentially, the project is at the commissioning stage. The reticulation of the Rotorua area, which includes the on-site systems and the pipe work, etc., is all completed. The process commissioning will start mid-August. I'll get on to what that is. And reticulation of the Rotorua area is now underway. That's the pipe work in the state highway and public roads, etc., etc. And the on-site systems at Rotorua, we're working through that with the cultural team to finalise the tender criteria, and then that will go to market. So as I noted, we're essentially at the commissioning phase. The acceptance testing of all of the different bits of equipment has been completed. The pre-commissioning, which is essentially checking everything on site, is all complete. Currently we're doing acceptance testing by the principal, so that's ensuring that all the plant and pipe work and control systems, etc., are all in accordance with the spec. Site acceptance testing is underway. That's actually testing pumps that they work, control system that it's all functional.
I just asked Peter, who actually does that? Is that our team or is it an independent team?
So this is part of the civil contractor's role, right up to the process commissioning phase. That's a separate role. But the principal or the client council is observing all of these processes. The process control commissioning and clean water performance testing will start very shortly. That's actually running the full plant on clean water. And the process commissioning, once that's all ticked off, the process commissioning will commence. And the process commissioning is when we turn on the wastewater. So it'll start accepting wastewater and treating it. Then there's other phases, of course, the defects and compliance testing, which will be really important because we've actually got 4 consents that run that we have to comply with. So we have to make sure that the plant operates and is compliant with the conditions of consent. Just an aerial view of the plant. It's probably about 2-3 weeks old, I think. Has that got a... Oh, sorry. You got a pointer? Yeah. Just to give you a brief overview, the inlet pipe comes up the road here from the bottom, or the state highway is down the bottom. The inlet works are just here, so there's a flow balancing, emergency storage, etc. And it's pumped through some screens before it goes into the bioreactor, which is that there. Maybe you can't see it very well. The bioreactor is a 4-stage process that removes organic material and nutrients, and then the wastewater is separated between solids and the liquid in some membrane tanks here. The final clean effluent is discharged to, I'm pretty useless at pointing this thing around, is discharged to a discharge field up here where it goes by percolation into the ground. The solids go into a building over here where they're dewatered and taken away for treatment. This is the main plant building. That's the main plant building that houses all the blowers, the control cabinet, the electrical equipment, the dewatering, as I noted. The chemical storage shed is that one there. So that houses all the chemicals that are needed for dosing, process control, pH control, etc. Where am I going? Okay, just to remind you of the main funding partners of the scheme. Ministry of the Environment, through the Lakes Enhancement Program, have funded the scheme to the tune of nearly $12 million. The Bay of Plenty Regional Council, as part of because one of the main outcomes of the scheme is to improve or maintain water quality in the lake, so they've put in $8.5 million. The Ministry of Health, in recognition of the health benefits of the scheme, another $4.5 million, and the remainder from the ratepayers and Rotorua Lakes Council. That's it. So I'm happy to answer any queries or...
Your worship, to me.
Bigger than I thought. Is it similar to the scheme at Makatu?
It's of a similar size. I think I'm not quite sure how many people are connected at Makatu. This plant has got an initial load of about 700 houses. I would assume Makatu is a similar size. The treatment process is actually similar to Makatu.
Questions of Peter? Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thanks, Peter. Recall going out for the first visit we had, and we went up the old road. So I take it the new road that we've put in is now operational. My question around this plant is: this plant, as I understand it, will deliver wastewater or recovered water to the standard of the proposed upgrade of the in-town wastewater treatment plant, because one of the issues with the existing plant we have has been the soil being relied upon to reduce nitrogen in the forest, and those blocks becoming saturated with nitrogen. So we're not reliant on that. We're reducing sufficient nutrients before we discharge to land at this plant. Is that the right perspective that I have there?
Yes, that's largely correct. The main treatment plant here removes a certain amount of nitrogen, but certainly not to the level that this Roditi plant will remove it. The plant in town here doesn't really target phosphorus. Phosphorus is relied on by removal through the forest. The soils absorb the phosphorus, and the soils actually do a really good job. This plant, however, there'll be chemical dosing that will remove the phosphorus in the solid phase, and so there'll be limited phosphorus that ends up in the disposal field here. So the disposal field really is simply cleansing. Levels of E. coli or bugs will be extremely low because of the membranes, and it's a similar double barrier. There's UV treatment here too, so it's even lower. So yeah, it's a very high standard of treatment, and the land disposal is really just a cleansing and process before it'll eventually get into the lake.
Thank you, Peter. Just on the chemical dosing, is that with zeolite similar to what we're doing in the streams for the pea removal in the solids? And are the solids going off to be worm farmed as per the rest of our solids?
Yeah, no, we're not using zeolite. We're using alum, which is aluminium sulfate, which will absorb the phosphorus. And yes, the solids will be removed to the worm farm. Not unless anyone got anything else to clarify.
I like Stavros' report because, as we've taken it as read, but in there he details, all the road reseals. I see Galatos Road is up for rural road seal. That's been done at the moment. So
I've got a...
Yes, Your Worship, you've got a final question?
Peter, just because of the announcement last night about this regulatory body for the three waters, and we don't quite know where it's going, can we give the assurance to Rotorua residents that their drinking water is safe, their municipal supplied drinking water is safe? Because that's going to be a question from the public after last night's announcement.
So all our supplies currently comply with the drinking water standards. So whether this new authority changes the drinking water standards is yet to be seen, but certainly there's a lot of councils in the country that are nowhere near as compliant with those standards as we are. So I don't think Rotorua Lakes Council has too much to worry about from the drinking water side of it at any rate.
At the beginning of the meeting, one of the things I delved into what the new requirements were, and every one of our water supplies over time, even though we've had to fight to get it, and fought against me to get some of them too, but we've got UV in all our systems and we've got chlorine in most of our systems. So I think that is probably the standard. That's going to be the minimum standard. And as you said, a lot of councillors don't comply with that.
Yeah, more than likely the current standards will be what is adopted, because it'll just be unaffordable to people to sort of start heading upwards from where we are.
Yeah, they use the example of Hastings. It's costing them $50 million to get to the standard of what we've got. So that was for that area that was contaminated. So I don't think, Your Worship, we've actually got a lot to worry about. I think the work has been done. Our capital projects over the last 20, 30 years has put these water supplies into areas that have requested them by the communities, and all of them comply as far as I'm concerned. So I don't think there'll be a huge burden on our ratepayers. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Peter.
Yeah. Just to add to that, what also might come into it, though, there's a number of private supplies, and there's been talk about council having to manage those private supplies, and probably none of them will be compliant. So, there's a number at Rotorua. Half of Rotorua is on a public supply, but the other half of Rotorua is on a private. Tarawera, Otara Marae, they've all got their own sort of private Kennedy Bay. They've got their own little private reticulation system. So there's a number of them around.
I'd love to see that in a report to the community so that they know we're not there, there is still more to be done, and that there will be a funding gap to get those up to standard over time.
Egan, if you could take a message back to Stavros when he does get back, that maybe in the new council that a report on, because the standards will be out by then, absolutely. Maybe a report come back to council then on where ours sit and where they lie, how they meet the new criteria, if there is a new criteria, so that we can do some funding allocations over time. As Your Worship says, we don't know what the requirement is going to be on councils. Okay, thank you for your report, gentlemen. We'll now move to, yes, sorry, Councillor Johnson.
Is this on the wider infrastructure report, not just the presentation?
Yes.
So thank you, through you. Just the first bullet point there on page 57, talking about the interim stage 1 Sala to Isles. to be carried out over the next 12 months, 15 million investment. So how confident are we still in that as a position from NZTA?
So the last official update I've had is that a tender has been received that they are evaluating. It does sound like it's more than they thought it originally was. I do have another meeting with NZTA tomorrow to discuss any updates on that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Which is Henry with Rob Kesley and the Sport and Recreation team. This is the operations group on page 38. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck with your meeting at 2, Peter. So page 38 we're on now.
So kia ora, Mr. Chair, and kia ora koutou, councillors and board members. Look, once again, I'll take it as read, but I'll just skim through over the top and pull out some highlights for you. Obviously, you can ask whatever questions you want, and I've also got Stuart and Rob here who can fill in gaps around the arts and culture and sport, recreation, environment portfolios. But just taking you through reasonably quickly again, the issue we've chosen, or the function we've chosen to highlight under the Community and Regulatory Services group, is around liquor licensing and the inspections functions. And again, we've really just highlighted a couple of things. One is around the performance in terms of the inspection of the high risk and very high risk alcohol premises. And also just touching on, again, some of the work being done by the District Licensing Committee. Coming through into the planning and development solutions, we touched on these in a preliminary way, I think in our last report, but really the end of year wrap-up numbers around the building consents and subdivisions are pretty encouraging. You'll see the overall value of the building consents is huge compared to last year. It's a significant increase. Number of new dwellings consented were close to, I'm looking at the number, 186. Our aspirational target under the Housing Accord was 200, but 186 consents for new dwellings is considerably more than what we've had for many years, if not ever. In terms of subdivision consents, and again, just reminding, these are really the numbers which provide the potential for the building consents. So the more subdivision lots you can create, obviously the more potential there is for new dwellings. So the numbers sitting at over 300 for last year, really encouraging for translating into new dwellings over the next year or two. Plan change work, probably worth just still highlighting Pukehangi. This was one which came to the council probably 3 months ago from the RMA Policy Committee. At that time, you endorsed the approach of sending it through to the Minister for the Environment and looking at a streamlined planning process. We've pretty well dealt with the issues that were outstanding. We had some additional work we were doing with the with the Regional Council and with iwi. I think we've got to a pretty good place in relation to those. We've had some initial feedback from the Minister's office where they've given some indications where they want the report bolstered. And we'd expect after it goes back to the RMA Policy Committee that it'll be back with the Minister hopefully in the next probably 3 weeks, certainly before the end of August. So that again is one of our key areas in terms of future growth for Rotorua. Coming through into the arts and culture area, and Stuart can just...
Just a question that I think needs clarifying. There is a line running that we're all aware of, that in the inner city revitalisation, we ought to demand that owners clean up their buildings. And they think that they can do that through the district plan. Would you like to clarify that regulatory power that we have through the district plan? Can we do that?
I guess there are two tests really. One is a formal kind of test under dangerous and insanitary buildings, where you've got a few levers you can pull in really extreme cases. In terms of using the district plan to smarten up buildings, look, you could try. It's been tried around the country in terms of regulating what colours people can use to paint their buildings. Look, generally it ends in tears. I think there is a real issue with over-regulating through prescriptive rules. Certainly we need to be encouraging, we need to be doing what we can to influence, but I think if you go down the track of trying to make rules about what people's buildings should look like, you're going to run into real problems.
Thank you.
You happy with that, Your Worship? I'm happy you got that clarified as well. Any other questions? I think we should keep going.
So come through onto the arts and culture area, and again, we can stop for questions at the end of this section. Probably the one thing I was going to highlight, there's some really good numbers in terms of activities at the library and through the museum group and other such things which you'll see highlighted. The thing I think that Stuart and Sian should be really proud of is what hopefully you've all got in front of you, which is the program. You'll remember again, you got the briefing from Sian about what was coming with Aranui. She's put together the program now really in a remarkably short time with some pretty fantastic support from a range of partners you'll see on the back. So I think she indicated at that time that really what we're trying to do is create a really solid base which we can launch from and grow over time. So look, as the first effort in Sian's big initiative really as performing arts director, it looks fantastic. So I'm not sure, Stuart, highlight.
Comment, I want to get some feedback. The Governor-General's visit when she went to Te Akamori, they were blown away, actually, by the innovation of that space and that story. And the staff were so professional, Stuart. I don't know his name, but the person that changed the cones on the road to let the car in was fully decked out in his library uniform and very proud of his role, and it was just lovely, and the DHB joining us. I think the most profound was getting the story that this is an innovative space that includes really a children's outpatients in a library, and the benefit of that for a community space and community well-being she certainly got, and I thought it was outstanding. I was so proud to have staff tell their story as we went through it. So could you give that feedback?
And we'll grab Rob in terms of the sport rec environment. Sorry, Councillor.
Mark. Okay, Councillor Gould. Stuart, got a question regarding the museum. Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stuart, with your report on page 40, are you saying you're going for those clay tiles at $4 an option rather than replace the whole roof? Does that mean the estimate for the whole of the museum will come down in cost?
Yeah, so there's two things there. One is our decision not to go ahead with the lightweight tile. There are a number of reasons for that. One is cost. One is this is a new product to the market, hasn't been tested yet. And a further report we had on the roof on the museum really indicated that the actual clay tiles weren't the issue. It was the way that they were actually fitted in the design, which was obviously originally done in 1908. So there's one thing. The cost, yes, there is a cost saving in that particular aspect of the build, but at this point, Our estimates are just estimates. I wouldn't like to say we're going to make any savings at this point.
Mr. Stanton?
Thanks, Chair. Not sure whether we're past this point. Henry, on the flood hazards plan change, will that be publicly notified? There are some other areas around flood planning that we're aware of within Hamarana, for example, so that will be covered within that and come up for public notification.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it's worth touching on the Nongataha process, really. We've been working really in responding to the event with the community reference group that was set up. And again, you'll probably remember that what came out of the Nongataha floods was a fairly extensive report and maybe 20, 30 recommendations, ranging from the very specific to the Nongataha stream to much wider district planning matters. So one of the areas we will be responding to is looking at the hazard provisions in the plan and their alignment with the regional policy statement and how everything fits together. But we'll be doing that on a district-wide basis. So it'll be kind of triggered through the response to the Nongataha report, but we'll do it on a district basis with full engagement across the whole. But obviously, it's a bit more of a slow burner. It takes more time.
Yes, Henry, there were 26 recommendations which covered areas from Nongataha through to York Street, Malfoy Road, and several, which surprised me. I didn't realise until I read the report about how wide the impact of that event in April 2018 was. So it's good to hear that they're still working through those issues. Okay, that's all. Carry on, Henry, with your sport and recreation area.
Kia ora koutou, everybody. In terms of the sport, recreation, environment area, I'll take the report basically as read, and then I'm happy to take any questions once we've run through one of the key points. And one of those is, excuse me, on page 46, you'll see in our capital program that the bottom half of that is all around the Rotorua forest development. And we've managed to cobble together a video. It's probably not quite the same as the videos that you've seen today. We tend to focus our time and budget on actually doing the mahi, and so we haven't quite got the pretty version of it. But what we'll do, it's only a couple of minutes. We'll run through it, and then I'll sort of take you through it a second time with a stop start and actually explain what's happening there. Okay. So. That way we can really encompass the project, because there's been a lot happening in this project. There's been some significant works going on, and some we're right into using that provincial growth fund money that we've been able to leverage with the work that we're doing. So I'll just click the play button here, but it's around the forest and in the three sort of key projects that are happening at the moment. if you'll just give me a second, what we'll do, there's needs to be some explanations around some of those. You're probably looking at boxer birds and what does that actually mean. But we'll just spin through it, and basically, we've got the forest piece of work which was half subsidised by the PGF fund. It's a $14.5 million project. It starts with Long Mile Road, and then the second bit that we'll go on to is around Hub 2, which is the other key access point, with, I suppose, the Hub 1 is the Waipa side of the forest. And then the last part of the video deals with the actual forest loop, so a Great Ride. So part of the forest project is working on the Great Ride, which is the forest loop and the city loop. So in this Long Mile Road section, we've basically got a number of before and after shots. So it starts off here at the Tarawera Road intersection. This program has been working along Long Mile Road from Tarawera Road. So the first phase was working on the car park areas at the entrance and the big shared path that's going to go down the whole road. There's plantings at junctions, there's dog walking area inside the gate. Thomas is not actually riding this fast, it's sped up. We've basically got a whole lot of parking areas that are going through, that's the dog walking area. And then obviously we've got the Mayor and the Minister were inspecting it just recently. So they went through there and had a look when Minister Jones was here as part of the announcement on the Scion. But they were very interested in seeing how their Provincial Growth Fund money was being spent. He's had a good look at the various sites, and certainly the feedback has been very good on that. The second area that we're focusing, excuse me, a lot of work on is around Hub 2, and while that's started, we'll carry on with Long Mile, so we're working down towards the visitor centre and then right down towards Scion. So we're about halfway through Long Mile, and we've just kicked off with Hub 2. So that's another $3.6 million project. It's a 400 car park area. Waipa's got just a little bit less than that with the total amount of parks that are at Waipa at the moment. Basically, it's kicked off by Okarika Loop Road. There's a valley there. It's actually at the base of Tawa Hill. This is about halfway up Tawa Hill on a ride, Eagle versus Shark, the lookout on Eagle versus Shark. The reason that it's in the valley below Tawa Hill is that's actually the closest place to the top of the hill, and should we look for uplift development, then that's the ideal place for it to be. It's also another key sort of access side to the forest, so you'll see that there's fantastic views out from that side to the north, right around to the northwest. And again, this was part of the view, and so that's the coming into the car park. So you'll drive through a grass area, and then this area that we're looking at here is sort of where the main sealed parking area will be. Further to the left, there'll be a big open event space, and running across the other side to where you can see those flags, another large toilet and shower block going in there. And then further up the valley, just as that road runs through, there'll be a variety of infrastructure facilities there. We're putting in good sewerage, we're putting in big power and things like that, so we'll be able to sort all sorts of stuff there. We're also doing excuse me, quite a lot of track development on this side of the forest as well. So there's currently 5 new tracks that we're working with the Rotorua Trails Trust that are going in this area, including some reasonably beginner type tracks as well, to make sure that this side of the forest, which has generally got some of the more intermediate and advanced tracks, also has the coverage of all user groups in there. So that sort of moves left up into it. Now the third component of the project is the forest loop. Now that's the squiggly pink and green and blue line that's on the image there. That loop is being made out of a combination of new builds and existing tracks. They're all being upgraded to New Zealand Cycle Trail standards. We've got a master cycle trail, a master trail builder in, a New Zealand Cycle Trail registered master trail builder from Dunedin, who specialises in the sort of grade 2 type tracks that we do, and he's renowned as actually building some very nice uphill tracks, because we are getting up onto the Tokarangi Ridge. So that in the bottom of the picture, excuse me, you'll see it comes from Hemo and sort of then will circle, well, it'll circle that you can either start it at Waipaha or you could start it at Hub 2 or you could start it anywhere on the circle. But from Hemo, it will work up onto the Tokarangi face, and then it will move along the Tokarangi face that overlooks the city, which is the green bit moving up towards the purple. And then we get onto existing tracks that go past Hub 2 and go around the rest of the lakes to join the footpath that's on the state highway coming down. So working through that, this Boxer Birds, look out, Boxer Birds is one of the downhill network tracks. Here's another spot, the old exit track, which is a very great, it's a great track for night riding, as you'll see why. The new exit track's pretty good for night riding as well. But it's those sorts of views over the city that are spectacular, and basically will, as this loop goes across the Tokarangi face, it'll have a number of looks like that. We've got the alignment from the master trail builder, and we're just in the process of getting ready for tendering the build on those sections of track. And then we go to the southern end, where we first climb up onto the Tokarangi face, and it looks out across there. So there'll be a whole raft of storytelling. Sorry, I had to stop it before that. There'll be a whole raft of storytelling and cultural interpretation all the way along, not only the forest loop, but all of these builds. There's a significant component of the budget that's been put into that, leveraging off our points of difference. So that's going to be a fantastic added bonus to all the network and the features in the forest. So happy to leave that there. Happy to take any questions on any other items in the sport, rec and environment part of the report.
Thank you very much. I just have one question. It's around what you've just showed us. Would that be, would people do that in a day or half a day? I've got really no idea. Just wondered. I thought it was you'd set off on.
It's going to be about a 42k loop. It's going to be done in a relatively easy grade, a grade 2 ride, so it's suitable for e-bikes and relatively beginner riders. 42k's would be quite a big day for a new rider, but certainly it's going to be easily achievable for anyone who sort of rides around town or something like that. Oh, I think JP will be fine on it. There's a lot of in and out points as well, so the whole, it'll be set up so that you'll be able to ride from sort of Waipaha to Hub 2 or Hub 2 out to the road or come back. So there's going to be multiple offerings around it once we've fully developed it.
Councillor Gould.
In the report, is it Longmire Road to be completed by November 2019 and Forest Hub 2 to be finished by March 2020?
That's correct. That's the time frame we're looking for. The Longmire Road development, yes, we want to get finished before Christmas, and we're looking on schedule for that. That won't involve all the additional work that's going to go on around the visitor centre. So the part of the project involves a complete rebuild of the visitor centre, but we'll be right through to Scion end with a new roundabout at the Scion end. And I should add that Scion's been a key partner in this Longmire Road as well, because they've provided some land to assist with some parking. So, yeah.
Question about Forest Hub 2. Can part of that be used over the holiday period when we've got lots of tourists come to Rotorua during the Christmas period or not? Or is it going to be a case of a project having to be fenced off?
No, we won't be finished, and it will still be a construction site. The construction team are working around. There's currently an access point there that only has about room for 10 or 15 cars. The way that it's set up at the moment is that that access point would still be available. They would have to ride a slightly different way around to enter the forest, but there still will be an access point there, but it won't be anything to the scale it's going to be from March.
Councillor Donaldson, then Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question, but first a couple of comments because I'm on this project steering group. So just this coming weekend is the Winter Forest Festival, and the event organiser I was talking to this week is already talking with Rob's team about park and ride because Waipa will not cater for the number of entrants he has for that event. So parking's already an issue, and he identifies that in the future, given the development in Longmire, that's not going to be suitable for staging a sporting event. It's going to be more forest tourism focused than sporting events. So I think the case for Forest Hub 2 is very compelling to be up and running. But my question, and this is a bit of the challenge I think for Henry and the co-governance group in the future, is and I referred to it earlier, we did that economic impact assessment back to underpin our applications to the PGF, and a lot of that was based on data captured at counters around the forest. So with these developments and with this increased pressure we have and concern about event managers as to where they can find space for their events in the future, have we still got those counters out? Will we still have them deployed? We regarded that economic impact assessment as a bit of a baseline document that we would build on in the future so that we could measure, the added value from this development, this whole project.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I've just given the signal down to Rob. I just have had a meeting this week, Councillor, just talking about us needing to reset that piece of work. So obviously we learnt a lot in that first economic impact assessment, and some of the things we learnt too was that even with the mobile counters, we're seeing a significant amount of leakage and gaps in information. So we've just started to look at how we go to our version 2 and try and identify, for us certainly with Hub 2 and certainly this Trails development, getting as good an accurate baseline as we can and really build on what we did 2 years ago. So we're starting to look at scoping that out with the aim of delivering it over this summer.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Thank you, Rob. Did I hear you say uplift from the car park area? Are we talking potentially ski lift type facilities to get riders and their bikes up to the top? And if so, are you allowing provision for getting the power to where it's needed while you're putting that power in now?
The whole scoping project for the forest did identify multiple opportunities for economic potential within the forest. And uplift services was one of those, and I mean at the moment the uplift service is a sequence of buses and trailers and things like that. So that's one version. A chairlift is another option. Helicopters could be another option. Who knows? But at the moment there's some basically work that is being done on what is the viability of a variety of options and who is out there who may have some interest in that. So in terms of us making sure that this piece of infrastructure is future-proofed, is that we are working with Unison and people like that to make sure that, and the capacity of the infrastructure is such that should we get to a point where someone may want to invest in a chairlift up there, that we have the capacity to be able to service that. So that sort of work is being built into the planning at this stage.
Options are being looked at. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Kent. I did mention at the last round of, I think it was SPNF, and I put it in writing, and I wanted to put in writing that a letter of thanks go to the events team on the work they did for the New Zealand Māoris versus Fiji game, and as you'll see in the report at the bottom of page 49, the individuals concerned, like Steve Watney, etc., raised $36,208 in order, made up of 34 cash and 2,120 in kind, and they gave away 2,659 tickets to 21 schools. They purchased 484 kai packs for some of those tamariki so that they could go along and enjoy. This is what I was talking about when I mentioned it. This is efforts on behalf of our events team to go beyond the call of duty. They didn't have to do this, but they wanted to make sure kids who couldn't afford or didn't have the opportunity to have access to go to the game, or two, they wanted these kids to have an opportunity to go along, and I just think we need to applaud. I think Rob and Henry can talk to Steve, but I think a vote of thanks to the team out there, Crispian, and I had to say that on behalf of the Mayor, I opened the New Zealand Touch Championships at the stadium, and I commented to Rob and to Crispian at the state of the main ground at the stadium, and it reports in here that the number one field underwent extensive preparation, and it did, and it had to be done, and they did a fantastic job. 13,500 people, all those free tickets, and Steve Watney and Crispian and the team out there need to be applauded for the effort that they put in. So I just want to have that noted in the minutes, and they be thanked. If you two gentlemen could organise the whole of the team on the Mayor's account, shout them out for lunch somewhere, and thank them for their efforts. Oh, don't you? I thought you had all sorts of slush funds. Any other questions? She's not Tim Shadbolt, you reckon? Any other questions? Thank you, Rob. Keep up the great work. You know, I'm really pleased to see skate park is underway. So when are we going to announce that we've chosen a site?
I mean, the work that we're doing on the site there is in Kurau Park. Yep, and so we've done the geotech work. We've worked with stakeholders around it, and now we're understanding, I suppose, with other councils, just what works and what doesn't.
What we need to do,
yeah. So we know where we're going to put it. We just need to make sure we understand.
And the funding requests are all underway, and we're all.
We haven't done that yet.
Not yet.
No. But we need to work out just what it is we're going to build and what the cost will be.
I don't think in working with Rob on this particular project and several others like the Aquatic Centre, etc., particularly with skate park, our goal, Rob's and my goal, was that it not cost the ratepayers any money. And NZCT, Rotorua Trust, what's that new one, Stop One Foundation, they've all indicated that they would love to come on board and help fund it. So once we get that indication, Rob, if it doesn't happen before the election, the getting together of the skating community in your advisory group, because they want to form a club. I don't see council's role as running the facility. I think we should give it over to a club or an organisation that's formed so that they can run it, and we just look after the maintenance like we do with other clubs like hockey and all the others. Mr. Stanton.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Talking about Kurau Park, walking through there the other day, I know there's a lot of hooning around the district, but Kurau Park is particularly bad for hooning in extensive areas, especially going down towards Rotorua Road. Is there some sort of strategy in place or being looked at to perhaps try and alleviate that?
In vehicles you're talking about, Jim? Okay. And on the grass?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. We've got a lot of it going on at the moment. I don't know why it's always increases in the winter when the grass gets wet, and Centennial Park's been an area that's been targeted as well. Yes, we can look at physical options to try and reduce it with bollards and things like that, but we have used security cameras at Centennial Park. We've been working with the police and locals who are able to get information for us it's something that we will always encounter. Well, it just seems to be something that happens, and it happens everywhere. It's a feature of every city. So we're just working at how we can actually sort of close it off in a number of areas with whatever mechanisms work for each site.
Thank you. Just one final question from me, Henry. Has Rotorua been approached yet to host Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall in the next royal visit? Sorry?
Certainly not through me.
Oh, okay. I thought you had. Oh, sworn to secrecy. Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We'll now move to the Manaho to Māori group, and on page 51. Monty here. Okay, would we'll just take it as read, and if we've got any questions, they can be answered at full council if they're present. Is that okay? Yes, you.
Chair, I do have a question, and it's around the new appointment and the role that's going to be played, which is looks more like an internal, although it does say external for relationships. But Mike, I wanted to ask about the support that we've seen over the last few years Monty's given to the Mayor, particularly at sometimes some quite tricky functions and some, and it's, I just don't know where I mean, is that role going to be played by the new person? Because that is actually a different role altogether, and I just wondered who's going to be at Stevie's side, the Mayor's side, and I don't know if you've got somebody, or because that to me was an important role and not necessarily played by a staff member, but well, someone's got to have the mullet basically,
So the answer is probably not. The functions in terms of formal occasions, we do need to look at actually an internal capacity to provide support for those sort of occasions. What's happening at the moment is that once we have got the role appointed and that they're actually on board, we'll actually then commence a discussion about how that support will be provided. Not necessarily provided through a internal or an appointment of a particular person. It may be provided through a group of people who make themselves available for those sort of occasions, but that's something we still have to work through.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Worship.
You're asking that, Councillor Kawatata. I've raised it with the Chief Executive. I do believe there are so many instances where staff wouldn't have a clue how many times I get emailed by Monty about some issues that we need to sort through, and then whether or not he or someone else will be beside me. I think the true reflection of our partnership must be shown, and I feel uncomfortable now when I go to an event, of a civic event like the contractors this morning. It was great to have Monty beside me. We're actually talking about the partnership and the land on which this district was built, and the gifting of the land. I can't go somewhere now without it. I don't feel comfortable. So I think that it's a role I've made very aware to the Chief Executive that I'm going to need Te Arawa beside me.
Thank you, Steve. I know that sometimes it's just having a confidant available. That's really, to me, that was just a massive support.
Those discussions are going to be held. So thank you for raising it, Councillor Kawate, and also the Mayor commenting that's absolute integral part of her role as well. So thank you for that. Right, the next group is the strategy group with JP and Una. Una's going to give us an election update and other information, so welcome you two.
Afternoon,
page
councillors.
52. Page 52, everyone.
Just leading off, probably the key thing on that first page, councillors, is just the update there around the election plan and engagement, and Una's going to take the time really to go through that in some detail. So that's really the emphasis of our session today.
Thank you. Welcome, Una.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's no surprises, we are into the pre-election period now. And as you will see, starting to roll out through the district, the election awareness campaign has kicked off. There is a requirement of Council and of the Chief Executive to now actively promote and encourage voters to get out there and vote. And so that is why we have started this awareness campaign to really try and engage with people to get informed and to then ultimately take that information and to turn that into a vote. You will start seeing being rolled out through the district campaign material, and you'll see on page 54 a bit of a snapshot of what some of that awareness campaign material looks like. There are banners, we have information on the backs of the buses that drive around the district. There are billboards, and we've even trialling this time around some advertising or some promotion at the cinemas. So if you go along to the cinema and all the pre-roll information that comes up, there's some call to action campaigns and little videos there to encourage people to get out and vote. Part of the awareness around voting is education around what is the council, what have they been doing and what currently is planned, and then to have a look at what might be some of the challenges the council and the district may be facing in the next 3 years. This is turned into the Chief Executive's pre-election report, and that will be published tomorrow, the 2nd of August. We are planning on this report landing in everybody's letterbox, and residents should start to see this publication in their letterboxes from around about the week of the 26th of August. To coincide with the release of the pre-election report, we have prepared just a quick little video. This will go out through many channels, again just to promote people of a call to action. Here's some information, and the video is just going to start right now.
Pretty brief.
So I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Stanton.
Yeah, thanks, Una. So I appreciate you're doing this advertising campaign you mentioned around the district, and so can we expect some visual stuff out in the rural areas other than the paper communication type advertising?
Yes, you will. So the plan is, once the pre-election report is out, and we've got 3 months, we're looking to just build upon all of the awareness that we have out there. And we've got some areas targeted where we'd like to come out and have visual information in all of the lakes and rural districts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I take it we're still with postal voting. And so the messages get out and vote when actually it's stay in and vote. Unless you haven't rolled and you want to cast a special, then you can get out to a special polling place. Is that message going to get out there somehow or other? Because if people aren't enrolled, there's nowhere for them to get out to. They'll be sitting waiting, and they won't get anything in the mail if they haven't enrolled.
I suppose in parallel to our awareness campaign, where we are sort of focusing on that it's time to vote, the Electoral Commission run the program of Are You on the Roll? Are you able to vote? This evening, which is the first candidates information evening, they will be here to take enrolments. We're also looking at the availability of being able to set up in the Central Mall, and that will be jointly done with the Electoral Commission there to promote and give people the ability to be able to enrol and then vote. We are also looking at ways to actually make it easier for people to return their postal voting forms. One of the barriers that we hear that comes back after each election is they don't know where to return their postal forms to. There is the whole I suppose, barrier with the New Zealand Postal Service as well. So we are looking at ways of breaking down those barriers and providing more opportunities where people can drop their postal forms into.
News, because there are, distance barriers are one thing as well. Councillor Maxwell.
No, I want to say this is very creative and well done in the use of colours, but the owl stands out. Owl, being that and embracing. No, I read that report, but the question I'm gonna ask is: have you thought of some of the things that people will complain about? One being, the cost of council doing this, but this is a must now, is it? Is that part of it? I'd like you to talk about some of the things that you think that we can prepare ourselves for anyone who complains. Do you know what I mean?
So there's probably, firstly, the change of legislation has made it very clear that the Chief Executive now is responsible for promotion of the election. That responsibility had been held previously by the electoral officer, and government recognised that effectively the local government elections weren't getting the local profile that they believed was required, and that was largely because the electoral officers really aren't funded or supported to a level that they're able to do that. So hence the change of legislation and responsibilities. Of course, this is a change, and it will mean, I'm sure, that some people look at it and say, hey, why is all of this happening?
Yeah.
And how much does it cost? I'm sure will be a question, and even the legality of it will be potentially questioned. Una's done a great job of actually having a legal oversight of actually all of the material that we produce, so we've got an opinion as to how that actually complies with the intent and the nature of the new Act. As to the cost, well, I think the question is, how do you value a community which is informed and wishes to vote? And is that a valuable investment to be made? And I think the answer is most definitely yes. I think some people will value it potentially highly and say this is a good investment, and others will say potentially contrary. But where we've come from at the end of the day is that voting in local government elections is a pivotal and important activity, because at the end of the day it is the council that represents the people, and having people voting wisely against a solid knowledge base is essential, and this is what the strategy is all about.
And the good thing is your report comes out tomorrow. Last time it was criticised. That won't be you feel it won't be the same again, Mr. CEO?
I most certainly couldn't comment on whether or not it will be criticised or not. What I can say is that Una and the team have spent a considerable amount of time making sure that all of the material available is accurate, and that the nature of the actual pre-election report itself has been reviewed externally by legal advisors to ensure that it is compliant and with the intent of the Act. So I'm confident to that end that certainly I believe it would be an exceedingly difficult challenge to mount successfully against it, but that's not sort of withstanding the fact that whether or not people are going to complain about it is well outside of our control.
And the final question is, and this is for Rotorua, every TLA in the country will be doing something similar.
Yes, they are, and what I can also say is that all of our TLAs are all doing different things. Yes. And so there is not one answer across the country. All TLAs have taken slightly different directions here.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Gould.
Chair, thank you for your report, JP. On your presentation, you indicated that the publication will go to all homes in Rotorua, and you also indicated it's available on the council website. Can you please advise the dates that are going to be available and posted?
I think Una did mention those, so I'll just ask her to repeat those again.
The pre-election report will be made publicly available tomorrow, that's the 2nd of August, and it will be available initially online, so on Council's website. As of, I think it's the week of around about the 26th, it will start rolling out and hitting residential letterboxes. We are also looking at having, so we do have, you may have seen static displays in the library and in the customer centre, and there will be more static displays popping up throughout the district as well. They will have copies of the pre-election report available at them as well. And we're also looking at being able to provide copies of the reports in various places like the hospital and GP offices and the likes.
Just a question to JP. That we haven't lost the strategy to try to get in electronic voting at a future local body election, have we?
Your Worship, I think there is still that discussion happening locally and led by Local Government New Zealand and certainly those involved in, companies involved in providing electoral services to councils. Certainly, and you've heard this before, so much of those companies' work now is online, and they certainly saw the logic of simply moving the rest of local government elections into the same place. Many of them, and certainly our electoral officer and his company that he's involved in, does significant work on an annual basis, particularly with Māori trusts around elections. So really, local government remains the holdout, but I know those discussions are still ongoing.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you both very much. Are there any other questions on the report? Councillor Donaldson.
I did have one on JP's wider report, but it's probably one for maybe Henry to answer, because it's more of an operational thing, but the demolition of the sound shell externally that visually appears to be taking some time. I know that contract was let quite some time ago, but I understand there's some detailed work being done around asbestos. I just wonder if Henry could give us an update perhaps on that.
Henry, are you able to?
Through you, yes. Mr. Chair. And look, I get it. From the outside, the fence has been up for a long time now, and there's not a lot that's visible. What's been going on inside is actually quite intriguing. It's been identified really, as we've worked through the process. We've got a contractor who's experienced in asbestos removal. Each contract of this nature also requires an overseer, an expert asbestos overseer who oversees the contract, and then we've got the project managers as well. Out of Wellington, interestingly, they're saying this is one of the more complex buildings they've seen, and there have been one or two issues as we've gone through the process, and we're now at the stage where seriously, I've seen emails describing how each of the surfaces needs to be wiped down, exactly how you use a wet wipe. The instructions are quite detailed. You have one wipe on one side of the wet wipe and then one wipe on the other side of the wet wipe, and then you carefully dispose of it and move on to the next wet wipe. So every single surface is being cleaned. Every time we think we're there, they test again and some remnant is found. But we think we're there now. So as of hopefully Monday, we'll actually start seeing the visible destruction start to take place. I think the wings of the building will go first, and that'll be relatively low key but very obvious. And then the week after, we should see the big machines take it down. Yeah. So we're pretty well there. But there's been a massive amount going on inside there.
Henry, I think that's sufficient. Now we'll move to page 62, which is the business support group with our famous cyclist, Mr. Thomas Colley, and our senior financial officer, of course. So welcome, Thomas. Page 62, everyone. Yep. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just one that I have. What are we going to do in terms of advertising the fact that that threshold for the rates rebate, that's gone up considerably by about $4,000. So that would imply to me that a lot more people are going to qualify. So we're going to put that out around the community papers and things like that, that our senior citizens are able to collect that, and also further on the issue regarding the gated villages, retirement villages operated by other than a resident. So I just wondered, Thomas, if we are going to embark on that sort of publicity?
To be honest, Councillor, I'm not too sure. I wasn't anticipating that, so I will go find out from the team with regards to what the strategy is on.
Even if we just get something on our website,
getting that out, and we'll make sure something's out.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Will we see that alignment with the issue Matt raised this morning about the CCO interface with our financial platform?
Your Worship, they're not going to interface, so they are two completely different systems. So it was decided, we went live with our finance system May 2018, and I think Infracore went live with their one a few months after that. They are two completely different providers and systems, and obviously there is going to be no integration between the two on that element of it. Where Infracore does integrate in is obviously on the work management systems and giving access to our asset managements and those sorts of things, and there'll be work going forward in the next phase as to how they interface in with those elements.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one's on page 62 regarding the pensioner housing refurbishment. There was a huge write-up recently, and is Mr. Rory O'Rourke aware of that we have a project and it commences in September? Yeah, can somebody?
Look, that's aged concern. The issue they had was the need for us as councillors in future planning to consider the need for more social housing and pensioner units. Even though we have a very good supply, we do have a waiting list, and that was the issue he was raising, that the demographics growing older, have we planned for enough housing, social housing, for the demand in future?
But that on page 62, Trevor, Councillor Maxwell, that's been signalled for some time that we've got an ongoing maintenance program each year. We're going to do 5 to 15 to 20 units, so I think it's quite timely. And it not only includes all pensioner housing, that's the Nongatawa ones, runs in ones out Penton Park, plus the ones in town. Yeah.
Yes, so in the last couple of years we've targeted a small cluster that were significantly aged and have improved those and came up with a design of that. We don't have a plan of rolling through each of the locations, so the plan is obviously as the units free up, they are refurbished and then relet, and so that's the first lot that we are targeting. And then once we have those current empty ones refurbished, we can move tenants from other locations into those and then refurbish their units, and so we'll slowly be rolling through all the units over a number of years.